everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's it going? Sorry, I'm a bit late. Supposed to be here for 10. And as you can see, that did not happen. Just got hung up with some stuff. But you know what? We're here now. We're going to make it. How's your St. Patrick's Day, by the way? For those of y'all that celebrate St. Patrick's Day, make sure you wear your green. I got some sort of lime green stuff going on here. We'll get it together a little bit later. But how is it going? How was your weekend? All that great stuff, okay? Whew. This has been a busy few days. I will tell you that, okay? But we're reading, doing all of those good things, okay? Just trying to take a look at my planner, see what I'm missing, all of those fun things that, we don't know anything about. So I feel like woozy and tired. I hope I'm not getting sick, okay? I feel like that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting with myself today. Not trying to do that, okay? Hello, Christine. How are you doing? Welcome. Thank you for coming. Much appreciated. How's your day going? Let me know. Whew. I feel like I need to hydrate. So on this first sprints, I'm going to take a walk, get a little Mother Nature action going on, get some foliage matching the background, and also drink more water. Okay, so there's that. So let me see. Where are all things here? Just trying to find my timer. So it is still March. And as far as with readathons and all of that thing, March Madness is done. So thank you for everybody to participated in that. It was a good time. A good 2 weeks of reading those arcs. I am still working those down for arcs. I got requested. I actually got my requests in for a few and they were approved. I've been just having a difficult time of NetGalley, which is where I use for my arcs, approving me for some reason. But this time around, I actually got some that were approved, which is nice. So I'm hoping this is kind of a new ball game when it comes to that. So, but I have a few of those that I want to still get done in the next few months. So, but I am working on one now called, what is it called? Funny Things Happen, which is hilarious. It's a good time. So that's what I will be reading. I'm finishing up. I don't know if I'll be finishing today. I'm still early in, but that is what I am working on and reading. So I'm going to try to see if I can find a little audio, maybe through the NetGalley app, during my walk. So that'll be my workout, just some stretching and some walking on that one today. So that is my plan. But March Madness was a good time. Got some good books in, so I have no complaints about that. So looking forward to the next round. This was the main event, which is 2 weeks in March. And I think the next round is there's a 48-hour, like a weekend type thing in May. So if y'all are into arcs, look forward to that, okay? Next month is Read Your Library Readathon with Atia. I will have an announcement video coming out tomorrow about that. But you can check out Atia's video as well, which is already out. Hello, Ashley. Definitely. You got your green on. I don't know where the pinching thing came from. If y'all know, let me know. I don't know. I mean, celebrating it. Thank you. I do enjoy this background there. I do. But yeah, St. Patrick's Day. I can't. And this is the ignorance. Okay, I have not looked up all the details about that. I believe it's about like Ireland's independence and celebrating Irish culture and things like that. So, but I'm not sure like the full reasons about how and why we celebrate and stuff. But it's a good time. It's a good excuse for people to drink in America. That's the main thing. I don't need that as an excuse. But it's a good time to get out and stuff, just fun and festive. I actually went to a festival this weekend for a St. Patrick's Day festival, and it was a good time. I actually volunteered. I joined this organization that if you volunteer for like some of these events they have posted, they give you free little perks. I like to volunteer. I like to get out. I don't know if it was something I would have gone to otherwise, but it was nice. It was great weather. But I got my husband involved too. But we just kind of checked tickets at the door, things like that, for a few hours, and we got like free food tickets. I went to this like lobster food truck. It was delicious. I'd always wanted to eat there, but their food is like $20 or more for a lobster roll. I'm not paying that, but I got that for free. And I got some Irish food there as well. I mean, it was okay. And then we got shirts, and we got free entrance and free parking, because it was like $20 for entrance if you were to pay 20 with cash, 25 with credit card, and then it was 25 for parking. So that would have been crazy amount of money we would have spent on this festival. But it was pretty good time. We got to walk around, eat some food, see, just be out in the nice weather. They had like people with bagpipes. They had some Irish music. So it was just a nice, nice little vibe, I guess, So can't complain. And I met some cool people. So Christine says, feeling a bit tired, to be honest, but basically it worked for another 2 hours or so. How's your day? My day is just starting. I haven't really done much. I just am kind of feeling like, I think I just need a little pick me up. Maybe some tea would help. I'm a decaf girly, but just the tea vibe is, good for me. But I want to go take a walk instead of doing a formal workout. So I'm going to take a nice long walk on the first sprint and drink some water, and I'll be fine after that, I think, hopefully. So that's my plan. So you hydrate. Maybe that might make you feel better. Maybe not. I don't know. This guy outside, y'all. I said this last time. I used to sprint outside. But when I moved, I don't sprint outside anymore because I don't have that same setup outside in my backyard, which I so miss. But there's the guy that does the lawn out here on Tuesdays. So that's my biggest deterrent, even though I don't have that nice patio that I had before. But my big deterrent is that guy comes around the neighborhood on Tuesdays, making a whole crap load of noise doing lawn maintenance for hours. Okay. And that's what I'm hearing here now. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I hear it pretty loud. Okay. Christine says, going to get some fruit for the tiredness. There we go. That's a good one too. I may get an orange before I leave. A small little orange. Get that vitamin C going. Ashley says, I love your jacket. Thank you. Got the koi going on, Got the koi. I'm a very colorful person today, y'all. Okay. I got too many colors going on. I do not have green on today. It's freezing cold here again, and snow had to get a sweater. Oh no. Where are you at? Where are you located at? Because that snow will definitely knock you on your ass. And what sucks is the green gets masked with all the snow. I'm not a snow person. I mean, it's pretty until you got to do something with it. And then I'm like, rats. But it has its moments. I just don't want to be around that madness permanently. But hopefully you stay warm, stay inside. If you're not really going anywhere or nothing, then don't worry about it. But yeah, do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. I don't drink, but I did make my corned beef. Oh, okay, there you go. I've never really I'm not a huge beef eater. Okay, I went like 20 years of not eating like beef or pork, so I don't really know much about beef. Okay, it's not something that I really cook. So I don't really know. like my husband had some of that at this Irish St. Patty's Fest that we went to over the weekend. He had some at the Irish tent. We basically went to the regular food trucks. I think he got like a cheesesteak, and I got the lobster roll thing, which is super tiny. Oh my gosh, super tiny. And then we went to the Irish food thing, and he got the corned beef. It was like some corned beef with some potatoes and cabbage. And then I got, um, uh, I guess just Irish sausage. And then they gave me a shitload of potatoes. Like it was drowning, like just a vat of potatoes and gravy. The potatoes were good. They even had kind of that lump factor to it, so which I didn't mind at all. I actually kind of like a little texture in my potatoes, but and the gravy was good. I wasn't a fan of the sausage as much. I'm not a big fan of Italian sausage, and it kind of gave me a little mild vibe of that. But he had the corned beef, which was red. I've never really seen corned beef. I didn't know it was red. I was like, is that cooked? But apparently it is. I guess it's what they marinated in. But so I did try a little bit of that. It almost had kind of like a tangy, vinegary taste. I don't even know if that's the right term for it. Um, I don't know if I'm a fan. I will say that. It's not something I would order or cook or buy. But apparently it's very popular. There was a restaurant that was kind of sponsoring that festival, and like across the street, like the people were literally like driving a golf cart from across the street back and forth with the food from the restaurant. So that was very convenient. So you're actually getting restaurant quality food at the festival, you know. So that was very interesting. But yeah, yeah. I don't know. It was decent though. I don't know much about like Irish food or whatnot, but it seems like they are very hearty in the foods, at least in what I saw. I think they had like 4 or 5 dishes, and all the stuff that I saw was very like hearty type stuff, and definitely contained potatoes. But my husband loved it. He said it was the best he ever had. So I'm like, okay. Hello, Miss Sherry. How are you doing? Oh, Cherie. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. Cherie. I literally just borrowed Detective Auntie from your video this morning. Thanks for the record. Well, I am glad that you are. I'm looking at my big book. I'm looking at my big bag of books right here while I have to actually go and return these suckers. I'm trying to figure out where it is. Of course, it has to be at the bottom of this thing here, huh? Right here, last book at the bottom. Right here. For those of y'all who don't know what we're talking about, I did put out a video on. When did that video come out? That video came out on Saturday. It's my last video if you want to check it out on my channel. It's about amateur sleuths, which a lot of them, tend to be cozies, but amateur sleuthing. And a pretty fun video. I wish I would have found more books, but I was like, this gives a good representation. It was all in one section, but this is Detective Auntie, which is pretty cute, I think. And an underrepresented voice, so I like that as well. So I hope that you enjoy that book. I read some of it. It seemed like a good time. So that's funny. I'm glad that somebody's enjoying things. Let me know if you read any more of those there. The Librarian of Alexandria. How are you doing, Renee? What's going on? What's going on? For some reason, I thought that said Library of Alex. That's why I was like, let me read this better. What is going on today with you? Okay. Okay, yes, it's cold weather. Cold weather. It's so funny that you're from Ohio too, Ashley, because last night I finished up, and I know I'm late to the game because anyway, Love is Blind is the show that I watched yesterday. I enjoy watching Love is Blind. I have a limited scope of my reality shows that I watch, but I definitely like watching reality shows, like dating ones. And but I do enjoy Love Is Blind, and the last season is in Ohio, and it was very interesting. Let me know if you watch Love Is Blind, okay? And what was interesting is after Love Is Blind went off, because we kind of skimmed, like we watched the first 4 or 5 episodes to get to know the people. And then after that, we kind of skim around and then get to the end to see if they're together. Because they all say the same thing about why they did Love Is Blind, to find love and all this other stuff, you know? Let's get out of the superficial and somebody like me for me, all of those things, right? Let me know if y'all don't know what Love Is Blind is, and I can explain it. But it's a good reality show. It's fun, but I'm there for the chaos. But then I found, or I looked at the other one, which was, it's not age is not a number. What is this show called? It's one where basically people are dating. They're at some really super rich place, and people are dating. Um, mm, mm, oh, mm, reality show. I think it's Netflix. Basically, people on some sort of Netflix type show or whatever. Age of Attraction, that's what it is. It's a Netflix reality dating show about whether love is ageless, just like Is Love Blind, where you meet people without seeing them, right? Well, this one is having people meet and supposedly fall for each other, not ever knowing their age. So kind of that same premise, but they actually see each other. And I was just skimming because I knew that was not be a show that I really cared to have them talk about age all day. But I just wanted to kind of see who would pair up and then what the premise was, right? So the show's pretty interesting. Like I said, age of, oh my gosh, I already brought that quick. Oh y'all, I'm already, I need water. Age of difference. What did I just say with that? Oh. Um, Age of Attraction. That's it. Oh my gosh, Age of Attraction. So the premise of Age of Attraction, right, is that you have all of these people. It's 40 singles. I think it's 20 guys, 20 girls, right? They meet, um, and they're like, oh, let's date around. They get to know each other and all this ideal setting, right? Once you've actually found somebody that you like, that you feel like you want to make a commitment to, you invite them to this promise room. And in the promise room, you talk about your feelings and how you like somebody. And you can generally tell who's older and who's younger, okay? And I'm sure some of these people are paired up for whatever, Um, uh, or maybe somebody's trying an experiment. I don't know. Anyway, so they meet up in the promise room and talk about their feelings. And then if you choose to want to commit to the other person, not marriage, but commit to them, then you exchange rings. It's it's a wedding band, basically. It's a gold band. You exchange rings, and then right after that, you reveal your ages to each other. And then if you still choose each other after that, then you leave the island and you go move in together. And then you go and start telling your friends and family and meeting each other. Such a crazy premise, right? Like they had there was a few couples that I saw. But I like I said, I just kind of fast forwarded through. But there was one lady that was 27. She chose a guy that was 60. And then he looked pretty good too. Okay, he was zaddy. He sounded old, like okay, baby girl. Like he definitely sounded like he was an older guy, but I thought he was maybe in his 50s. But still pretty old. It's over a 30-year age difference. But I mean, If I was single, I would have given him a chance, but I'm an older, seasoned gal myself, so it's different than being 27. But that was the biggest age difference. And then there was a 27-year-old with 42, or was she 43? Anyway, she was in her 40s. There was a 52-year-old, 54, and she was 20, he was 23. And the closest age was 29 and 27. So but yeah, it was just a very interesting show. Okay. So check that out if y'all are interested. That was just a good time. Hello, good Miss Kiana. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning. I don't want to go to work. I don't blame you, girl. I don't blame you. Okay. That's why I got to get myself together today, because I feel like I'm hoping it's just malaise because I stayed up late. I want to fall asleep on the couch by myself, which I never do. I don't even know how that happened. I was like laying down too, and I'm like, this is not me. So that's probably why I just feel like out of sorts. But trying to get it together because I got to work the next few days. That's not fun. Not fun when you're not feeling well, especially. So I feel you, but go make that money, girl. You got it. You got it. You got it. It'll be over sooner before you know it. Okay. As she says, because of the pickling and curing, they do the beef. Oh, for the corned beef. Okay. That makes sense. It kind of seeps in. They must marinate that a long time. Poke the burger, poke it up, and then marinate it. Huh. About how long is corned beef marinated? I wonder if I could do that. To me, it's like pickled eggs. I wonder if it's kind of that same concept. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be doing that, though. Hello, lovely Christina. How are you doing? Happy St. Patty's Day. You as well. You as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And here's Christina with all the things. Christina is our moderator. She keeps us all in track. Okay. If y'all been into some sprints, mine and definitely quite a number of others, then you will have seen her. So she keeps us on track and we are appreciated. She's going to say to remember to hydrate. I have a little left in here. It's like a teaspoon, but we're going to use it, okay? That's done. I feel like my nose, like, I keep trying to figure out, like, why do, like, it's like the tip of my nose just feels odd. And I think I just figured out why. I was like, did I rub it against something? My water bottle top has like what is this? It looks like some little metal spring piece that is, what does it connect to? Is it broken? I don't know. Some little metal piece that's sticking out. It must be, it must have come disconnected on something because my water bottle, when I punch the button, doesn't spring open like it should. All right. Well, anyway, that's little metal piece is what's been rubbing against my nose, which is why it feels weird. Gotta watch that, okay? I can't be defeated by a water bottle. So we're gonna hydrate and not hurt ourselves. We're gonna feed ourselves as well. Check the laundry. I'm not doing that today. Take meds. Definitely gotta do that. Ooh, where did it go? We are going to stretch and show some love to the like button. Definitely need to do that. I'm behind on all of these things, Christina. I appreciate it. I'm going to take care of it, but I'm definitely behind. Okay. Make sure you sub and ring the bell so hopefully you get notified. Much appreciated that. Always, always. Thank you. Renee says, doing good. Was at a thrift store. Found some books and some DVDs. Ooh, that would have been fun. Okay, okay. What's your standout purchases that you found at this thrift store? Let us know. Let us know. A friend is coming over soon, so to hang out, so that's going to be fun. That should be fun, and then you can share what your purchases are for them. So that would be cool. Good times, good times. Nice to have some friends. I need to meet more people in person as well as online. Ashley says, yes, this season of Love is Blind. I was like, who's Liv? I was like, that can't be Liddy. Is in Columbus, I think, or people from Columbus. Yes, yes, yes. And it's so crazy because there's like uh, uh, some of these, I mean, I know it's a reality show and that's what their goal is to create something entertainment because it's a television show at the end of the day. Okay, what these people do is up to them, right? But it's so interesting that you have these people that go on this show and they're like, well, I'm planning a move. You're trying to find supposedly the love of your life, uh, hopefully in the same area. Because that's why they go around to different places, but then you're not even planning to stay. So you're just banking to go there and hope that somebody is going to move with you. And that's why I think some of these people go on there just to get on the show. Like they don't really have good intentions because you're not set up. It's like when people go, that was, I used to love Married at First Sight. Okay, that was like my show. Okay, um and then I got into this one. I got out of Married at First Sight for a minute, but I wouldn't mind binge watching some of that, like with the same vein of watch a few of the first episodes and then go to the end. But I they on a few seasons ago they cast a guy who was like couch surfing, had no job, not really any money, and was couch surfing. And you're talking about you're ready for marriage? Like he put that girl that they paired him with through hell. I was so upset with the experts because that show actually has experts at Married at First Sight, which I really like that concept because I got a lot of really great like marital relationship advice from that show. I really like that one, but I kind of lost faith in that show in these experts with how they are and who they're casting in the last few seasons that I watched. So I stopped watching. But that's just as much of a train wreck and is a good time too. So I don't know where they're going to go next though, because they do 2 seasons a year, one in the spring, I guess, winter, spring, and the other in the fall. So I know they said they were casting still in different places. So we shall see. Molly says, I'm not sure whether today will be about doing things, going somewhere, or mostly resting. I don't know either, lady. What we gonna do? Hi, by the way. But what we gonna do? What we gonna do? How about we do all of those things? All of those. Do a little bit of something, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. You don't have to be a lot. You don't even have to go far. Take a little walk. There you go. That could be the going somewhere, you know? Walk to the mailbox and back. You got this. Let us know what you decide, okay? I support it all. Kiana says, I made my daughter watch Misery last night and she liked it. Ooh, I liked Misery too. That was a good movie. I think I don't know. I've been watching a lot of I was off the last few days. It's been busy. I've been doing things, but I've been off like the last 5 days, which I can't remember the last time that happened. But now I get back into another work cycle. But I could have sworn I saw a show or something, like a Misery series. Let me know if I'm off base, y'all. I could have sworn I saw something like it's a series or something about misery that's going. Let me see. Let me see. Misery. I keep forgetting my phone here to just look it up. Misery? Yeah, okay. I know about the 1990 film, which was an awesome time. Okay. I don't remember the guy. I know he's a pretty well-known actor, but Kathy Bates is who I definitely remember that stands out for that. Misery. I don't know if it's, I wouldn't say television. Series. No, that's not it. Oh, hold up. This is Misery series on Hulu. Is this it? No, that's Castle Rock. That's not it. Oh, hold up. Castle Rock. What is this? Castle Rock Hulu psych horror weave together characters and themes from Stephen King's work set in the fictional town of Castle Rock. Is it? No, that can't be it. I don't know. Oh, I don't think that's it. Maybe I'm off. All right, well, whatever. I just, for some reason in my head, I thought I saw like a making of whatever called Misery of a series. I don't think it was like a movie, but maybe it was something else. It might not be related to that though. But I'm glad that your daughter liked Misery. I think it was a good time, especially the board with the hammer. I still feel that. Oh my gosh, y'all. A little bit of Monica by my side, a little bit of Rita's all you need. Yeah, I remember that. Mambo number 5. I had to because you said a little. I was thinking in my head, okay, you're not off base, okay? I was thinking it in my head too. Oh yeah, we have reached the end of the comments. Okay, I have actually perked up because I like y'all, so that has also been nice. But I do want to get to this walk. Oh, where did the screen go? Where did it? Come on, there we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, y'all. So we're going to do a leprechaun race because it is St. Patrick's Day. We're going to celebrate in however we, can, which is this. So choose your winner. Y'all know how it goes, okay? So we got 1 through 4 of our racers. And let me see. Number 1 is the green man. He's looking kind of fresh. Number 2 looks like the Emerald City. What was it? The Wizard of the Emerald City with the mustache. Number 3 looks very cheesy. I don't trust him. And number 4 looks kind of like lost. But it looks like they're going to be chasing a pot of gold. I'm torn between 1 and 2. I'm gonna go with 2. I'm gonna support the Emerald Brother there, number 2. But I'm tempted for number 1 because he is all festive with his festive outfit and festive green color. But I'm gonna go with number 2. Okay, you gotta like a dude that's gonna do handlebar mustaches and support that, and and feel confident in that. I gotta see how he ends. I actually have a coworker that has a handlebar mustache too. He's this. His parents are from Colombia. No, that's not it. There's a Latino flavor somewhere because he speaks Spanish, but he looks and sounds like a white dude. Like he even says that he was like, I don't know how I came out like this. I'm white as shit. That's what he says all the time. I'm white as shit. But but he's a tall, skinny white dude that's pale, and he's always doing his little mustache, to keep him curled. It's like I guess it's just a habit for him, but he's always curling them, trying to keep them curled because they try to go flat. But his dad looks Mexican. They're not from Mexico, but his dad looks Mexican, and I haven't met his mom, but he definitely says that they both are Latino. I don't know. I'm getting it wrong. Whatever. Maybe it is Colombia. I think it's Guatemala. Panamanian. I can't remember, but he said they don't look anything alike whatsoever of him. So they must have some past history, people in their family about why he came out looking like he do. Because I was shocked one day. I'm talking to a patient and I'm like, I don't understand. And he comes behind me and he's like, I'm like, where did this Spanish come from? What the world? Yeah, so that's always fun though. You can surprise people. Let's see. Molly has number 1, the zombie. Hold on. Let me change the layout so at least you can see these people until we get to the sprints, because I kind of see it. Hold up. All right, at least for there. I don't know. I'm trying to get a better preview for y'all. Nope, that's not it either. All right, this might be a better purview for now. So you got that green dude as number 1, and they always have people that's hidden behind the screen, behind the words there. Anyway, so that's that. That's that. Okay, so Molly has chosen number 1. I'm choosing number 2. Y'all go ahead and put in the chat here. I know y'all busy here. Who you want to win, okay? And we're gonna get to this first sprint. So happy reading. I will see y'all in an hour. No, you see how 3 just cheated at the last minute, okay? Just ran up on us, been slacking, but then decides just gonna come up at the last minute. I call foul play. Anybody else want to be with me on that one? Well, that was that. That was that. I feel like there was some bamboozling that went on right there, but you know what? We gotta take that for what it is. So, how did everybody do on that sprint? Let me know. Let me know. How was that sprint for everybody? I just came back from the walk. I do feel a little bit better. I will say just a tad bit better than before. And that's that. Nice long walk. I'm actually stretching out my legs and toes and stuff right now. But it was a nice walk, kind of chilly outside, y'all. I did not realize that it was so chilly outside. Does not feel that great. I will say that. I initially put on some shorts and then I went back and changed. I put on some shorts, went outside, and then came back out and came back in and was like, nope, not gonna work, not gonna work. Gotta put on some pants, and that's what I did. And then a heavier jacket too, because it's chilly. It's chilly outside. So there's that. So, but no snow, so I'm happy about that. But nice long walk. And then I'm gonna eat on the next break because I feel my stomach starting to growl, y'all. But I do have some tea, nice tea today. Ooh, hot licorice tea. Gotta love some licorice tea. I am listening to my book, Funny Things Happen. It's a NetGalley arc. It's a good time. What is this? You have this woman who connects with a past boy. Then he says, hey, I want you to join my polygamous relationship, and come meet the girls. And so we're in the midst of that. But it's kind of they say it's in the vein of Reno 911, which I don't know if y'all are familiar with that show. It's absolutely hilarious. Okay. I don't think it's not still on, but it was a show a few years back. Basically, it was like a variety cop show where, just funny, ridiculous, stupid situations happens. But this book is kind of like that in a way, with just some interesting things that occur. And you're like, why is that there? And that, situations that are very comedic, just like, but the people and the characters in the scenes takes it very serious. So it's not like ha ha funny. It's like very serious. So, but it's a good time thus far. It's not like raunchy type ish, so really good. Anyway, so Molly says, I like the length of the jacket. Oh, for the leprechaun. Yeah. I can't see if anyone else is the same. No, I think his was the longest. I chose a number 2, which was the what was the guy? The Emerald City type guy. This sprint, get up, eat breakfast, and watch some videos. There we go. That's good. I like that plan. I like that plan. How did it work out? Kiana says, maybe you're thinking of The Stand. I could be. We were talking about Kiana had her daughter watch the movie Misery, which is a good time. If y'all haven't seen it, go rectify that, okay? But I was thinking that there was a series or something that was coming out, but I don't know. It might have just been an advertisement for, I just saw a little thumbnail, but it might have actually been an advertisement for the movie itself. And I confused it with the series. So I don't know. Hello, Donna. The guy with the pink is out in the front. Yeah. Come on, guy with the pink tie. Was that the guy who won? I just know it was number 3. Number 3. Yeah, they always come out like last minute. This character just like zooms up. I'm like, dude, you just came and stole the game. Not okay, not okay. This is still hot. Okay, we're gonna let that cool off, or we got an accident up in here. So let me know, what are y'all reading? What are y'all doing in the background here? Let us know. Happy St. Patrick's Day. You too as well, Miss Elizabeth. Hope all is well. What are you doing? Anybody has any plans? Plan to go out, celebrate Irish culture? I mean, I don't know where that whole concept of drinking being the big thing came from. Like, I know there's this stereotype that the Irish love to drink. Um, I, I don't know if that's true, because I feel like it's always labeled, like in movies, that stereotype, like Irish people, especially the men, it's more them, that they're basically a bunch of drunks. They're always just stumbling around. And I'm like, I'm assuming that's a stereotype that's played up. Like, I always think of just the drinkings in a pub. And I know Irish pubs are like pretty popular. So that's where I associate the drinking aspect coming from. But maybe I'm giving it a little bit too much credit. I don't know. Does anybody let me know, why is St. Patrick's Day so much associated with drinking? I mean, it's an excuse to go out and drinking, but you don't really need to have that excuse. I mean, but if you want one, there we go. I definitely do not plan to go out in the streets tonight and get any drinks. I'm going to stick with my tea. I've already had some drinks the other few days, so I don't really need to go out today. But let me know if any of y'all are going out to celebrate. I did cook some cabbage. I cooked it yesterday. So I do have some cabbage. I just like cabbage. It just happens to coincide with St. Patty's. But I got cabbage. Does that count? I may cook that with some pork ribs. I have some defrosting in there. But other than that, hello. Hello, sister. Let me know what you want to be called. I see Hemi in there, but I don't want to. I don't want to call you out of your name. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you before. Welcome to the group. Let me know if you're into books, what you're reading. Make sure you go ahead and click that subscribe button if you have not already. I have a few videos out if you want to take a look at that. I'm here for the most part every Tuesday, so if you're interested in some sprinting, I'm your girl on Tuesday mornings. I'm here. Hello, Flo, right? Good morning, afternoon. What do they call it? Time zone. Happy time zone. Sneaking away from work to hit the like button. Back I go. I do that all the time, okay? Much appreciated. I appreciate you coming on by, okay? Hopefully work goes really quickly. Bring your book, just in case you have a little snippet of time, Hello, Beth Ann. Woo-hoo. Happy sprinting and happy St. Patty's Day. Woo-hoo. Good times. And I got my Army Green mug here. Boot camp. Got that. I keep picking this back up. Let me just hold on to it. It's so warm and cozy with a cup of tea. Like I said before, I don't really need the caffeine. Most of what I drink is decaf, but it's just something about a nice warm cup of tea on a cold day. I haven't been having much tea lately because it's been warmer, but it's chilly today. I'm in Florida, so of course my chilly is definitely different than a lot of other people, but it's more windy today than anything. I really wouldn't be affected as much if it wasn't for the wind. Hello, Ren. Hello. What are you up to today? Let us know. We'll mostly be studying today. That's positive. And sneaking in some reading too, listening to Assassin's Blade. Ooh, I've heard good things about Assassin's Blade. Okay. How far are you into Assassin's Blade? Renee said earwormed. Yeah, just kind of inch your way in. I love your background. Thank you. Got some butterflies and some mushrooms. I kind of like that it looks like a light back there, but yes, I love a good nature scene out there. Okay, warms you up. I made red berries tea. Ooh, that ought to be interesting. Is that naturally sweet? I'm a tea girl. I'm always looking for some extra type teas to look at too. I mean, I have about I was gonna say 5, but probably about 6 different on my counter right about now. But I love a good tea. I love a good tea. Not big into loose leaf, I will say that. I do have one of those Chinese tea cakes. It's not even little, it's huge on my counter. But I think it's caffeine, and when I make it, oh, it's so black and dark. It stains my cup, but it's messy. It's messy. I think what I need to do when I get to the bottom of the barrels of my teas, and I have not gotten any more, I think what I'm gonna do, because I have some canisters from some old loose leaf and fancy teas I have. I'm a canister container girly. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but I'm not throwing it away. If somebody gives me something in a container, like a nice 10 or something, I'm gonna keep it. It'll stay around for years before I get rid of it, because I can put something in it. Okay, I don't know what, but I can do it. But I think I'm a ice pick up that tea cake and then put it and make loose leaf in one of those other containers at some point. Because taking it out that bag each time is for the chores, which is why I don't use it much. But I'm curious about the red berries tea. I'm not a big fan of like fruit teas, though. I will say that I prefer something a little bit heartier. Is that the word? But just I don't know. The berry teas don't really sit well with me. This is licorice. I don't know if I told y'all that. This is like probably one of my favorite teas. And it's a tea bag, but I enjoy this licorice tea because I feel like it's kind of hearty and it has a natural sweetness, just a little bit of hint of sweetness. And I'm not a fan of black licorice either, but I love this black licorice tea. The first time I had it, I was like, what is this? It's cute. Okay. And I've been drinking it for years after that. Oh no, Kiana, I didn't read this commenter. You officially DNF Priory? Okay, do tell. People that have gotten through it, I have not. I'm probably I'm not. Just be honest. But people that have gotten through the book have all said they enjoyed it. To me, it's thick. She too thick for me. Okay, I can't do it. Okay, let's see what you got. I was lost and confused in the story. Oh no. Do you think you'll pick it up again? Like maybe try to figure it out and push through maybe another time. It might not be your season, Sometimes you got to be in the season for something. I'm not one of those people that generally pick up a book, read some of it, and come back to it. I'm going to struggle through that beat. And then if I can't figure it out, then it's a wrap. Okay. Some people soft DNF. Nah, I'm trying to think if there's been anything that I have soft DNF. I'm not a rereader. I have in the past, but I'm not a rereader, especially since I joined BookTube. I got too much crap to read. I ain't got time to keep revisiting the story. The series, y'all know how I feel about those. And I'm trying to think in my head, have I soft DNF something? I don't know. No, I don't think I've ever soft DNF'd anything that I came back to, unless it's some schoolwork. But maybe it's just not your story, because it's about fantasies and stuff, right? Or it is a fantasy. So I think that sometimes it's just with fantasies, you got to give it time. It's not, if you're not a fantasy reader, or if you're not patient about like I don't know if this has multiple timelines or tons of characters that it's, going through. But if it's something like that, and even just fantasy in general, because sometimes they talk about, like, especially like higher fantasy stories, there's a lot of concepts that are new that's not within our world. Or maybe you can't even kind of relate. So you have to kind of figure out that connection in your head to get the story to make sense. Sometimes it takes a while. I'm patient in some fantasies. Like when I go into one, and I like fantasy. I like a lighter fantasy though, like one where I can relate it to things and you're not making up complete stuff. And I like a good romance. So add a romance in there and I'm waiting for it. So that's like my payoff right there. So I'm waiting for that. So but that's kind of how I feel about fantasies. I'll give it some time. Like I go in expecting I got to give this some time. Okay. I don't understand it, It's like sci-fi sometimes. I don't understand it. It's 50 pages. I'm still confused. What's going on, bro? What's the deal? But I'm gonna give it some time. So, I'll read a fantasy and then read like something else more palatable or whatever around it. But when I go into some of these fantasies, I just know I got to give it a little bit of time. Some you can jump right in, and others you just gotta wait that confusion out, girl. But it's a pretty book, and there's 2 in there, so I'm glad you got to that point with the first one before you're like, well, let me be confused in the second one too. Renee says, I cleaned, made some more tea, and started a book, but not in the mood for it. Okay, well, what's the book? Let us know what the book is. Okay. Maybe it's just not the day for reading sometimes too. Sometimes you got to put it to the side sometimes. I also don't know why I started a book. I have about 80,000 already started reads. Oh no. Don't. Yeah. If you're already reading something, don't start something else. I know you tend to have a few books, and starting versus finishing are 2 different things, just like buying versus reading are 2 different things. I'm definitely a reader. Okay. Let me know in the comments, y'all. What are y'all? Are y'all readers or buyers? Are you more of a starter versus a finisher? Yeah, I'm a goal task oriented person. My task is to read this book. I'm gonna throw everything I had at that sucker till he gets done. That is how I get through so much books. Like my coworker the other day, who was actually a reader, right? It was 3 of us. And he mentioned to another coworker of mine how, what did he say? Every time I see you, you're reading another book. And we both ganged up. She was like, what's wrong with that? I was like, yeah, what is wrong with that? Why are you book shaming us? Okay. Because he reads like these 800, page Prairie George Martin type books that are like thick. Okay. The last book he bought, like I said, 800. He was like, correction, this book is 1,000 pages. It was friendly banter, but I'm just saying we kind of ganged up on him. He was like, hold up, why y'all ganging up on me? I was like, look, if it's 4 days and I'm not done with this book, something's wrong. Like, I don't lollygag on a book, okay? And don't let me be at work and we got time. I get a lot of reading done at work, okay? I'm going to be pissed if my job ever get too busy and I can't read at work. That's why I don't want to work day shift, because it's interrupting on my, for when I get paid more money at night and you paying me to read, okay, no, why would I give that up? I'm not doing it. My husband would love it, but I'm just like, babe, no, I'm sorry. Can't do it. I have found a system that works for me. And I have coworkers that are also readers as well. So we all understand to shut the hell up and go do your job and sit the hell down, talk a little bit, and then read. Okay, mind your business. Like, I feel like I might not get along all that well with my coworkers. I mean, we don't not get along, but I'm saying, like, we're not best buds or friends or anything like that outside of work. But we are equally aligned, okay? I have not worked with people I've been equally aligned as much. So for all the faults with my job and some of the messiness the people are, we're here, okay? Even some of the day shift people are readers too. Like my first day coming in, I was like, dang, okay. I see y'all up in here. I'm not telling y'all my business, but we sure gonna talk about books. And new people come in and they looking at us and we looking at them like, what you bringing to the table, okay? So anyway, I'm just saying. But yeah. Renee, it is what it is. You like a good story, you just don't want to finish it, that's fine. But I would say put it down and go back to the other stories. Molly says, who won? Number 3 stole it. Okay. Number 3 is a hater and came out and stole it at the last minute. So I'm not liking that. We're not gonna end sprints. We're gonna be here a while yet, mind you, okay? But we're not ending sprints until I win something. Just being honest. I got a few timers. Oh, I need to win something, okay? I'm joking, but we still gonna be here a while. We'll probably be here till, what did I write down? I'm trying to extend out my time. We'll probably be here till around 4. That's my plan today. So we'll see what happens. We should win something. It's St. Patty's Day. I'm not having any beer, which I love. I haven't had a good beer that I like in a while. I've had wine on a budget, but I love a good beer. Beer is never on sale. Beer is never on clearance. Let it be. I will buy a whole nother fridge just to put it in. But I've never caught beer on clearance. But I always catch wine on clearance. Pisses me off, y'all. Anyway, so I'm drinking tea. That's my roundabout way of saying I'm drinking tea for St. Patty's Day, okay? Molly says, my sprint plan was successful. Yay! Up, breakfast, taking the meds, and watch the videos I plan to watch. Ooh, interesting. Any ones that really stand out for you want to go for the team and tell us about? I did see, by the way, y'all, I haven't watched it. I took a screenshot. Somebody put it in one of the Discord channels. Magical Readathon. I know it's huge. Okay, it's huge. But that readathon is that next month? Hold up. Let me see where I wrote it down. Yes, it's April. So next month by Book Roasts. That is next month if y'all are interested. Also, Read Your Library, which is I'm going to be a co-host for, is next month as well. So you can combine both of those, which is what I plan to do. So there you go. So if y'all interested, go check that out. I know that's one of those highly anticipated readathons, of magical readathons that people are interested in. Just a note, and I'm not sure because I haven't looked it up, if this readathon, but Old School April, I'm pretty sure that one's happening. And Picture This, which is about picture books. Those are also ones that historically go on in April. So if y'all want to go ahead and watch some videos and take advantage of those. So there we go. Beth Ann says, getting my work done over here. You know what? That's a positive. I'm all for that. Made some lemon lavender. Ooh, lemon lavender. That sounds interesting. Okay. I'm trying to figure out. I've had lavender for sure. I like lavender at night. It kind of helps you sleep. But I don't think I've had lemon lavender, but I do kind of like that. Hold on a sec, y'all. Let me close this door real quick. Oh.
Over here?
Oh, babe. Hold up. I'm on the sprint.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'll sit you in a little bit. Sorry about that. Hubby just came back from the chiropractor, getting that back broken by professionals. Okay, before I get back to sprint, I just wanted to plug this book. This is my Tangible Reads book club pick for March. Okay, so this is the book that we will be reading. The discussion is on March 31st at 7:30 p.m. So if y'all are interested, you still have time to pick up this book. It's pretty short. It's like 230. Yeah, like 200. No, not even that. It's like 200. Well, yeah, 230 pages. So if y'all interested in picking up this book, Dominion by Addie Chichens, okay? And on the 31st, we will be reading it. And then for next month is Lucky Seed by Justinian Huang. So should be very... Catastrophe! Oh, no! Everything's falling! Hold up. All right. I'm back. Okay. Sorry about that. But lemon lavender sounds delicious. Red berries tea. Yeah, what berries are there? I'm assuming it's like what? Cranberries, like red berries, like strawberries, a fruity tea. Let me know. That's what I was under the assumption it was, but I could totally be wrong. I've had jujube tea. I wasn't a fan of it. It had a natural sweetness, but it was kind of, I don't know, sweet and earthy. Earthy is not a term, by the way, y'all, that I find attractive. um, if somebody says earthy, I would just have a question about it. I don't know. Because I've even had like licorice root tea where you actually made it like you can buy the root and steep it yourself. And it said earthy. And as much as I love licorice tea, that was not good. I would just rather y'all make it and put it in a bag and I'm gonna buy the bags, okay? But earthy, if a tea says earthy, I'm not on board with that at all. I've tried it, got the t-shirt. Molly said there's a stereotype with some truth to it. Okay, so we are talking about St. Patrick's Day and the drinking surrounding it, okay? But a stereotype, we like to drink to socialize, and some people, what happened? And some people take that too far, but we also have a high proportion of teetotalers. I've heard of this term, teetotalers, compared to other countries. Teetotalers. Is that, hold up. Does that mean drinkers? Teetotalers. I've heard of the term, but I can't say I know exactly what it means. Teetot. Teetotalism is practice of voluntarily abstaining from the consumption of alcohol. Oh, that is so definitely not what I thought. I was actually thinking teetotalers was more of like a lush. Is what I was thinking that was in that context. Okay, so those are people who basically are sober lifestyles. A person who practices or possibly advocates teetotalism is known as a teetotaler. I'm probably saying it wrong, and is said to be teetotal. Okay, so basically a sober person. Okay, so you like to drink to socialize. We're talking about Irish. And some people take it too far, and you have a high proportion of people that abstain compared to other countries. Oh, okay. Molly, I did not know that you were Irish too. Right? Are you Irish? Okay. Well, learn something new. All right. Teetotaler is a person that does not drink alcohol, and you like to drink to socialize. I mean, a lot of countries like to drink to socialize, or people in general, so I'm just trying to understand why Irish are considered more, why it's just considered like it's just that stereotype that they're always drinking so much. So I don't know. Okay, some truth to it. Okay, well, that works. A lot of drinking and having fun. Okay, as long as it's responsible. I don't want somebody to be in a bit of a lush. I mean, I have my moments too, especially on a trip. Oh my gosh, it is not pretty. I keep it cute though. I'm not falling down or nothing like that. I'll just drink all day. And you go to those all inclusives. There's no way you should have 6 drinks and still be awake. So they don't really put anything in that, which is fine. That's why I don't do double shots and none of that stuff. I like a taste of a good drink, but I don't want to be falling down tipsy all day. Like that's not my style. But I do like just a nice sip on a nice cocktail or something, But I love beer. I normally will end a night with a beer. Like if I had a lot of options available, then beer is how I will end it because I know what that is. Unless we're just chilling, like it's a hot day and we're just chilling somewhere and just drinking and it's not variety, then I'll just sip beer. But yeah, just be responsible. That's all I say. I don't like irresponsible people. And also, if you have a problem, then you got a problem. You got to figure that one out. But irresponsible people, it sucks because if you're irresponsible, then you become somebody else's responsibility. And the last thing, and I'm not above like taking care of friends and family if they get themselves in a situation, because I think many of us have gotten ourselves in situations where somebody else had to be that responsible person for us. I get it. But if that happens all the time and I'm basically babysitting every time we go out because there's drama, that's ruining my time. That's not okay. That's really unfair to the people around. So to me, let's have responsible fun. That's the way I look at it. Hello, Alicia. How are you doing, lovely lady? I got up late, so I didn't even get a chance to go to y'all morning Pirates sprints. By the time I thought about it, which was I started this sprint and then I went for a walk. And halfway through the walk, I looked and y'all were already gone. So I'm like, okay. Oh, days. Just joining, working on your reading journal and hoping to read more Storm the Castle, but also to work on finishing Daughter's Room Declutter, day 5. Oh man, you're still working at it? Okay. How many days is this project going to be? She must have a lot of stuff, okay? But I bet it's going to be really, really nice afterwards and she's going to appreciate it. What is Storm the Castle about? That sounds familiar, but I'm not familiar with it. Excuse me. Molly says, I don't drink at all these days. I was never a big drinker, and now I'm on meds. That means I should. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a way to get yourself sober really, really quickly. Lemon lavender tea sounds good. It does sound good. It does sound good. Lavender tea is actually pretty good. I wouldn't have thought I liked it, but I do. I do. You know what I don't like, though? Chrysanthemum tea. Ugh. I don't know. The smell gets to me. And I don't like teas that are super, super herbally either. Just that flavor and smell just doesn't sit right with me at all. But there's a lot of good teas out there. It is delicious. I mean, I bet you that berry tea is pretty good, though. 35% into Assassin's Blade. Awesome, Rand. Okay, keep at it. Keep at it. Molly says, I've decided not to go to the thing I was thinking of doing, but I might take your suggestion going outside for a walk. It's overcast here. There we go. That way you don't have to worry about sun. I like a good overcast day here in Florida. I'm not going to lie, because we get plenty of sunshine days, so I'm not mad at that. So having some overcast is nice because, I got this beautiful shade of brown here. I don't need it to get marred. And the sun loves to do that, okay? Out here, it's hard when you get a tan. It's hard to get rid of it. And so I don't want to do that. Because to get rid of a tan, then I feel like I have to sacrifice being outside. And sometimes it's hard, with festivals or wherever you may want to go to get out of that sun. And I don't want to sacrifice not going someplace because I don't want to be in sun because I have a bad tan. So that's one of those things that I kind of look at. Because even with a hat, sometimes them UV rays be UV in, you know what I'm saying? So, but you know what? Figure out something that works for you. But a walk is always nice. Get them endorphins going, Twinings tea. Oh, okay. Twinings always have good tea too. And they have a good variety as well. Black tea with red berries smells delicious. What's the berries though? Did it say specifically like raspberry? I'm thinking raspberry, strawberries. I think jujubes are red too, aren't they? Trying to think of what's another red one. Cranberries. See, I'm not into all those teas. None of those really appeal to me. I used to like this apple cinnamon tea back in the day, which was which was Celestial Seasonings. But since then, I've discovered so many teas that one's not as appealing as much as it used to be. But there's so many different options out there. Sorry, that's my phone. I'm just turning the volume down here. Otherwise, it'll all day. Okay. Renee loves some fruit teas. Okay. Fruit teas have their moments. I feel like some of them, most of them actually tend to be a bit bitter unless you use sugar. And that's my issue with many of them. And I'm one of those people, I don't really want to put sugar in tea. So I like a natural flavor or clean flavor without adding things to it. So that's my biggest issue. Like I had this hibiscus tea. Oh, I think I wore out my desire for fruit tea based off of that tea. Because before, I used to have some fruit teas in my repertoire. I didn't have them as much as my other ones, but I did have that. But I had this, I must have been about 100 to 200 tea bags of this hibiscus tea. It was a big bag. And yeah, it was 200. It was 200 bags. And I had it forever. I'm like, darn, I'm not even making a dent. I even had friends come over and I had a little Ziploc bag and gave them some tea. I even brought it to work and it's like, hey, everybody take some tea out of this bag. They were tea bags. And I just felt like I still had so much. And it was bitter, like that strong, got a really strong flavor to it. But I couldn't. I even tried making it cold, which was not as bad, truthfully, like a nice drink because it was very pretty and kind of burgundy. But I had to add sugar to it. And I felt like because it was so bitter, the hibiscus, I had to add a lot of sugar to it to sweeten it up to make it taste good. And I really did not like that at all. So I think that's where my fruit tea aversion comes from. Molly said, I've had red berries tea without red berries tea without real tea in it. Oh, okay, like artificial. Yeah, it's nice to get some real palatable, realness, Licorice tea is great. I think it is. It is. I actually discovered licorice tea because I didn't think I would like it. I discovered it. I had a tea advent calendar a few years ago. And if you go back, you'll probably see I posted a shorts about it. I was trying to do Vlogmas and I had a tea every day. But anyway, but that's how I discovered licorice tea. It was in it was the Pure brand. And that's how I discovered licorice tea. And I was like, this is delicious. So then I started just buying it by itself. It was the only tea that I started buying out of all of those I tried. Renee said, yep, decided to focus on a library read I started some days ago. I'm a mood reader, so often starts the book, but don't always finish it on the same day. Well, that's the thing. If you lose interest and it's only for that day, then yeah, if it extends the next day, like, you'd be really good for short books though. Like try finding books that are like, I was gonna say 150 pages or less, but I would even go for less than 100. Like there's a lot of really great short books. Like I got one right here. I need to read this before I gotta turn it back. T. Kingfisher is really good at short books. And this is a fantasy here, a small print here. But how many pages is this book? I don't know what it's about. I just saw hers and picked it up. Oh, well, this one's 150 pages. But something short where you can read it in a day, maybe a day and a half, depending on your time. This will be something really good for you because you don't have to have a long commitment to where if your mood changes, because let's say you're in a book, right? And then you get to at least 80% or something in a day. Okay, your mood might not be to read it that much the next day, but you're like, I'm 80%. Let me just go finish it, But what I like about T. Kingfisher is she has like a really good backlist of a lot of short books. Let me see, may not read. She's profiles them right here. I've read What Moves the Dead. I've read What Stalks the Deep. That's 2. I read Nettle and Bone. I read Thornhedge, House of Good Bones. I read 5 books by her. I read another one though, The Hollow, I think. That's not on here. Or maybe that was somebody else. I'm not going to add that one to the list because I don't see it on here and I'm not confident that that's her book. Let's see if she has a backlist list that's on here somewhere else. Thornhedge Jagger. Okay, maybe that was by somebody else because I don't see it on here. But anyway, I've read a few books by her. Hopefully I get to this sooner than later. But she's a good time with short books. So I would stick to that. But you got to find a right author to be satisfied with a short book that, depending on your genre and what you're interested in, but I like fantasy. I read a little bit of everything, but finding somebody that does a good job with a short fantasy and like wrapping it up completely. And I think she does a good job of giving you what is like a big story in small amount of pages without you missing anything. So I think that's what's really good. Ren says, I try to read, then buy, and me and a soft DNF go great together. There we go. Hey, come back to it. The thing is deciding when. I feel like with BookTube, we have so many books that just keep creeping up, just creeping like a lurker, that it's like going back to something that you weren't feeling before is hard. That's why I just struggle through. Beth Ann says, I'm definitely a finisher when it comes to reading, but sometimes with nonfiction, I'll end up putting something aside for months at a time until I'm in the mood for it. You know what? That's a good statement. Nonfiction is something that I wouldn't even call it a soft DNF with me, but like you said, like putting it aside and coming back, I've done that with nonfiction. Because a lot of time, how sometimes nonfiction can be divided into chapters. Like I'm not talking about like a memoir, it's more of just like different subjects and stuff. And so you can relate to it at different times. So I've done that. Like I did that with Black AF. I read it 50%. Part of that though is I lost the book with Libby, okay? Because they were like, look, it's time to return our crap to us. So, but I read 50% of it. And then I noted that because I knew I wanted to finish it. So it wasn't me DNFing. It was just, I'm going to pick this up. And then a month later, I got it again. And which good, because it's coincided with when I actually really wanted to read it. I started it before because I'd been on hold forever. And I was like, well, they just gave it to me. They get to it. But I picked it back up where I left off at later on. So I can see that. I can see that with nonfiction, but I'm not going to do that with the novel, though. Like with the novel, telling a story, we need to get this bad boy read. So I understand that one. Alicia's definitely a buy more faster than I can read them type, but I'm trying to cut back on buying and do more reading. Yeah, that's true. It's nice to see those pretty books, though. But I'm a library girl all the way, okay? Books can be expensive. I don't have the space. I don't want to keep up with it. Like I said, I'm more of a reader. So that's the reason I don't necessarily buy books and just borrow. But I enjoy seeing people's library. To me, it's an impressive thing when y'all have these libraries in your backgrounds and I can see them. I just want to be looking through the stacks because they definitely look better than the libraries. Okay. But then I think about all the upkeep that y'all got to do with them. So I'm like, oh, but I enjoy that. So y'all keep buying these books, okay? Y'all got a lot of goodies on those shelves. So when you want to sit and read, then you have those options versus me having to request, okay? So you got those goodies there. Ren says, I just like buying my series together so the covers and heights match. Facts. I didn't even realize that was really a thing until BookTube. I've seen plenty of people's videos talking about that and how like sometimes they'll release one cover in one country and then like different in others, which is shiesty as hell, y'all, because then people are like, well, I like this other countries or this re-release or whatever. I like this other cover of this book better. So then they're rebuying. And I'm like, really? That's jacked up. But publishers know what they're doing, okay? They are making some money because plenty of people do that. And same thing with the whole size, So I get you. I understand that. If you are looking for an aesthetic, you definitely want it to match what you want it to match. So you got to shell out them dollars for it. Same thing with them sprayed edges and stuff. I didn't know that was a thing either. Until BookTube. I learned some stuff, y'all. I just look at it and live vicariously through y'all as I trudge to the library and get them secondhand type books. Same story though. I will say that though. But I'm thankful for Libby a lot. Okay, that has been my go-to. Okay, one of the best things I think BookTube has taught me is about like getting these ebooks borrowing from the library because I never really thought of that before. I just physically got them, you know. I definitely am a buyer, but I'm trying to change that. You know what? If y'all like to buy, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, just keep up with it and buy responsibly. Okay. Pay the rent and the mortgage first. That's all I say. Molly says, number 3. Yeah, number 3 one. Though he did have a purple bow tie, so I might forgive him. Purple's my favorite color. It's a great color. Great color. I agree. Oh, you don't like beer? Oh, beer is something that I never liked growing up. And I started hanging with people that liked beer and they would go to breweries because the breweries be having some food. It'd be on point. And so I started giving it a try to see what the hype was about. And then, you know, then it stuck. It stuck. It stuck. But there's so many more things than beer that you can drink. So you don't have to be beholden to it. Hello, Miss Maggie. How are you doing today? Welcome. What are you up to? Got the morning chores done and cleaned my garden beds. Ooh, nice clean garden. I keep saying I'm going to do that and I have not. Well, I'm glad that you have been productive. Okay, more time for reading, right? Molly says we drink more tea per capita than British people. So tea is a good choice for today. Cheers to that, okay? Because I definitely plan to have another cup. I'm listening to a beta read and stop to take a break. Okay, there you go. Rest them eyeballs up a little bit. Hopefully it's a good one. Iced tea with lemon. Yes, that does sound good. In hot weather, in cold weather, it does not appeal at all. Renee says, I will definitely read your library. I have about 450 unread physical books. Oof, oof, oof. That's a lot of books. That's a lot of books. Well, you know what? It means that you have a lot of things to kill some time with. Okay, there's a lot of good stories in those stacks. You know, one thing though, read your library, I think refers to the physical, actual like library. I mean, well, hold up. Let me rephrase that. Like the town library versus your library. But I would say you can relate that to whatever you want because a library is a library. Okay. So interpret that however you want. Just get some good stories in. Maggie says, I went from 19F to 60F in 48 hours. Oh, no, hold on. We went. Temperature. I'm sitting there like, what is that? Are we on a plane? Y'all, I have not eaten today. Give me some grace, okay? My brain's not going well. I need to eat and hydrate more. Although I have some tea here, so. But I definitely need some food on this next break. Okay, temperature. Tomorrow is supposed to be 80. Woo, that sounds sick weather. That is going some drasticness. I am moving anything flammable away from the house and bar. Wow, you are going to be productive, okay, and busy. Kiana says, I think I'm totally giving up on it. Oh no, Kiana's like priorities are wrap. You know what? It's a nice big book, okay, and it's pretty. Did you buy it though? See, and that's another thing about like buying books. You buy it. What if you don't like it? Okay, because it's one thing if I liked it, but if I bought it and didn't, I would be so pissed. And some people buy things just because they want the book to look pretty and stuff. And I guess, but to me, I love a good, pretty book. Don't get me wrong. I picked up books from the library just because they were pretty and did not read them. Okay. I just wanted to have it for a few weeks. Okay. But still, it's like if I bought it and spent my dollars, then I need to know all the stuff inside and make sure that it was good. Otherwise, I felt like I got gypped. I mean, like somebody stole my money. Somebody stole it. Like the Night Circus. Oh my gosh, y'all. If I would have paid for that book, I would be so upset. I know there's people that enjoyed the Night Circus. I did not. I don't know if it was the time of the season, because there are some things in there that I guess were interesting if you just look at the some details. But I absolutely found it not. I don't know, but I'm just saying if I would have paid for it, I would not be happy. Hello, Amberly. How are you doing today? Got your workout done. Oh, there we go. Good job. But now I have a lot to get done around the house, but hoping I can sit and read a bit here and there. Yeah, I know how it is, girly. I know how it is. I have some things I got to do too. So I'm like, "Woo, who wants to do them though? Maybe you can get an audio book and do it. That say helps things go quicker, a nice Laurie had a very hold up. A nice, I'm probably butchering that. I'm sorry. A nice Laurie had a very aesthetic writing desk tour. Ashling Cahill had one on books that really represents Irish people. I hadn't heard of most of them. Oh, that's cool. See, I like that. Themes are always fun. Molly says, and there was one on making a crafty commonplace book by the Life Facilitator, which I need to rewatch because I was distracted. Very interesting. Okay. Let me go ahead. I'm just going to take a picture of this. Ooh, that's not, what is this? Oh. Sorry. All right, there we go. I can remember one of those. I'm not going to remember all of them. Okay, I want to take a look at these aesthetics. I like a good aesthetic. Okay, you're Irish. Okay, yep, I figured that. You have the knowledge. I like it. Alicia says, I should have done this earlier. I don't know how many days the daughter's room will take, but I am trying to finish ASAP because I still have to do my son's room, but they may have to wait. Yeah, you've been working on these rooms for a minute, okay? 5 days is a long time on one room. So I'm sure it's going to be nice and lovely with all the taxing time that it's taken to get it done. So she should appreciate it. I will be a lot more stern on her to make sure that it's upkept well after all the effort you went into it. Because, kids can be messy. Molly says, I rarely have to worry about getting too much sun in Ireland. It's often overcast. That is true. That is true. I have not seen any movies where they're like, oh, the sun is shining. Let's go to the beach. I have not seen any movies like that in Ireland, okay? But I do see all like the greenery and stuff like that. I do like that. But it's like little villages sometimes. And there's always animals. Why is there always in these Irish movies, it's a little small town with the stone buildings and they're walking animals through the streets? What's up with that? I don't know. Molly says, I love Twining's apple cinnamon chamomile tea. Yes, that was delicious. Yes. It was my route to liking chamomile, which I didn't like at all before discovering the apple version. Yeah, that's a good one. I've had that one. That's probably one of the few that I can take with the apple in it because I think the cinnamon kind of sweetens it up in the chamomile. I will say, though, if you get like a straight chamomile, like a strong chamomile that doesn't really have like any other things in it, that crap will run you to the bathroom. I had this one that was a big, I don't know what was in it because I've had straight chamomile tea in the past, but this one said pure chamomile as part of the title of it. And I even had I thought it was just me. But my coworker, I had given her a few and I mentioned it to her. She was like, I've been going to the bathroom a whole lot more too, like just peeing. So I don't know what's that about. If y'all can let me know, is it a cleanser or something? Brings more fluid to your bladder? I'm not sure, but just love a good cup of tea. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, it's Jaleesa. Hey, lovely lady. How are you doing? I loved your sprints the other day, by the way. You have like a calm vibe. Like, let's sit on the porch and talk. I love it. Love it. You like hibiscus too. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I never really had hibiscus till I had that tea. And I'm just like, I don't even want to think about it anymore. I mostly have ginger and lemon teas, but if I want fruit, I just add some fruit to my hot water and call it a day. Why have I never thought to do that? That's a good idea, actually, if you want some fruit. I'm not a fruit tea person, so I wouldn't do that. But I never thought of that before. That makes so much sense. Okay, I learned something new. I have done that with cold, like you know how you make like lemon water if you're doing a cleanse or cucumber. I do that in the summer sometimes, but mostly when I have fruit, I add it to like seltzers to just make like a refreshing beverage for variety. But I've never thought to add to hot water. That's a good idea. I wonder what else you could do. What else could I infuse in hot water to make my own tea? I already have licorice, which is my favorite. I drink this by far more than anything else. Um, hmm. Now you got me thinking, what else could I do to variety it up? Might be cheaper though, you know. I'm not trying to make meat tea, so I'm not dropping any of that in there, but trying to figure out what can we do. Jaleesa, you have given me some thought. Okay, chat. Next question. What can we infuse in hot water to make our own tea slash beverage? Let's talk about it. Jaleesa says, hi to everyone popping in at work. Making that shmoney, honey. Thank you, Miss Lady, for coming by too, by the way. Molly says, I've got to read some T. Kingfisher. She's a good time. A good time. Her other name is Ursula Vernon, which I love that name. But yeah, T. Kingfisher is a good time. I started with Nettle and Bone, and that's when I got the impression that I like her writing. I was not a big fan of What Moves the Dead and that creepy series. I like the last book one better, What Stalks the Deep. But the first one I wasn't a huge fan of because that little thing, it was creepy in there, but very interesting. You have to give T. Kingfisher time and be open-minded because she tends to kind of gender bend in her books when she talks, and it can be a bit confusing. But once you catch on to that with her, then it's easily understandable. I was confused initially, and then once I realized, oh, okay, then it was fine. But yeah, she's a good time. Very interesting. Jaleesa says hi to Molly. How's it going? Need to read some T. Kingfisher too. Just haven't gotten around to it. Hey, you got plenty of books and time. Jaleesa, if you're interested, by the way, I know we read the one book together. Ow, my bones are locking up, y'all. This book is one that's interesting. Make sure you tell Mama Wilma. Just a book to read if y'all are just interested. It's like 230 pages. This is for my book club discussions on the 31st. If y'all are interested, but it's just a good book in general, though. If you're looking for a book, family drama, that type stuff. Maggie is heading to the yard. Ooh, do some work for us. Make sure you use gloves. Leave this up for view. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Maggie says, I can't afford all the pretty covers and painted edges. I have a friend with 4 copies of the different Sarah J. Maas books. Wow. But why face the edges out? How do you know which book is which? Yeah, I don't know. People have different motivations for things. So I let them do them. Like, people may judge the fact that I don't buy books. I use the library, but, I don't. So I'm like, hey, to each his own, I don't think there's anything bad about buying books unless you're not paying the rent. That's the only time that I will say it's dumb, is if you're not taking care of your responsibilities, which is hard. I know you want it, but I want you to have a house and a room and heat to put those books. So as long as you're doing that, go right ahead. But I've seen people that like rotate their books around, like put the pretty cover, like I don't know. Okay, so you have, this is the edge of these are both books, right? So you'll have like it edged out here, and then other times they'll put it like sitting on the shelf like this. So, you rotate them around. Or I have seen people that face their books, where it's like this, or put them on the side so you can see the edges. But I think it's probably just a matter of saying you have it You can take it out, show it to people, strategically place that there. You put things out for companies so they can see it. Bring your book out, put it on the coffee table. I don't know. I don't know. If I did my books, I would probably do a few sprayed edges or something like that. I do. Who doesn't want a pretty book? Okay. I joined the indie author projects and sent my ebooks to local libraries. Oh, that's cool. That's a really great idea. Okay. Because there's some books, indie authors, you see a lot of them on IG. Like you'll have like some advertisement or something pops up. And I'd be like, yeah, the library ain't gonna have this. And a lot of times they don't. So it's good that you're sending them out there. For one, it gets your name out. And then two is providing taxpayer people who read that don't buy books or whatever, the opportunity to read this really great book. But I wish a lot more indie books were at these libraries, Maggie said, I'm going to breweries to find dark beers and lagers to cook with. Ooh, interesting. Okay. I would like to drink them, but I can see infusing them with food. Dark beers are really good for that. I would prefer to just drink a light beer, but I can see that with the dark, like the Guinness and stuff. Toasted oat dark lager and honey marinated pork is amazing. Ooh. Okay, just save a cup on the side though to drink with it, and you'll be good. I always thought it'd be really cool to brew beer. My husband doesn't drink, so I wouldn't do that as a hobby at home, but because he's not doing it too. But I've always thought that would be fun. I've seen people, like when we were looking to buy our last house and we were like roaming around or whatever. We went to a house that the guy had a basement. He had like vats, like jugs, like keg type, whatever, where he was brewing his own beer. I was so impressed. Okay. And it wasn't just like one type, it was multiple. I was impressed. I would love to take that on as a hobby. That would be so cool. And I would be motivated because, I like some food. I would be so motivated if I could do that and then make your own stuff. But, that would be fun. Now, if I could just do that by just dropping something, like if I could make a small batch of just dropping and infusing with some hot water, like a tea, I could do that. But like, hey, I'm gonna brew 3 bottles of beer today with some tea. But no, generally it's a bigger operation. But that'd be pretty fun. Okay. Molly says, I used to try to cut down my book buying, but now I mostly buy ebooks, which don't take up bookshelf space. Facts. Also, getting a sample can fill that FOMO feeling. Exactly. I agree with you on that one. Hey, you got to do what you got to do, okay? Make yourself feel better in whatever way you can, okay? This is a crazy world. I think as far as buying books, reading books in whatever format, that's a small thing to do to make yourself feel better in a crazy world. And it's safe, okay? Because I could be doing crack. Okay, crack books. Let's do books, I'm just saying. Because that could be a hobby for people. It turns into a problem, but it could have been a hobby at first. Maybe not crack. Let's see. What would be a drug for a hobby? Weed or coke. Go to a party. Okay, y'all. I'm just reminiscing with some stupid stuff. Okay. Oh my gosh. Anyway, y'all like, what in the world? Halfway to home library. There we go. Keep it up. What did it say? 1,000 books? Is that a library? 1,000? Or is it less? What's the number? Molly says, I like cider. There's a lot more non-alcoholic versions than alcoholic available now. Hold up. There's a lot more non-alcoholic versions of alcoholic drinks available. Exactly. And I found some nice no alcohol ciders, but I also need to be careful because of the sugar. Yes. And that's the reason why I don't really drink a lot of ciders, because that's sugar. Like I can down a 6-pack. Okay. Ciders, not gonna do it. They're just way too sweet. My stomach hurts. So yeah, you gotta watch out. But what you could do though is like I always talk about, I have a soda stream, where you can make your own seltzer. And I make little mocktails and things with that all the time. Okay. But what I do is I cut, because even diet sodas are really sweet for me. So I cut it with the seltzer. So it's basically just thinning it out. So you could also do that with the seltzer water, of thin it out. You can use regular water. I used to do that as well, but it cuts the carbonation. But since I got the soda stream, I cut almost everything sugary drink that I drink. I cut with seltzer. It takes my husband to be like, "You've been working on that all day." Yeah, because I keep cutting it with water. Like even when you go to McDonald's or something like that, and they give you that big old soda, I take that sucker home and I cut that like 3 ways. Yeah, because it's just so sweet. Takes forever. Seed to leaves broth counts. Seed to leaves broth counts. Yeah, but I don't really know like the difference between all the leaves and stuff. I'd have to have a recommendation. Maggie says, I only took $20 to the library old book sale. Still came home with 10 new books to me. Exactly. That's a good way to buy books. I don't have a shelf for them, so they're hiding in a box under my bed. See, if I was going to be buying books, that's what I would do. But they generally don't have like the newer, awesome, crazy ones. But there's some really great backlists too. So yeah, I understand you on that one. You just got to figure out what works for you and what doesn't. But yeah, I don't. You have to buy shelves, so then it becomes another expensive project, and yeah. I've moved. The thing is, I have moved a lot in my life. And so when I think of bringing things into the home, I think of the weight of them. I think of the amount of space they take up and the fact that I would have to move them again. And then that deters me from buying many, many things. So I'm going to take that $20 and go eat somewhere. Hello, Swank. How are you doing today? Hello, hello. Happy St. Patrick's Day, you as well. Happy Act Happy Day. Sometimes you got to put on the act. Sometimes it is authentic. Happy Corned Beef and Cabbage Day and Happy Campfire Girls Day. Ooh, all the fun things. Thank you very much. Much appreciated there. Ooh, cabbage. I'm going to have some of that, I think, in a little bit. I cook some of that too. Molly says the weather is good for the grass. We really do have a lot of green. Yeah, I love the greenery. Very, very pretty. Something about walking in just a long way in a field. Just awesome. Like, you have those screensavers that shows you just a beautiful nature scene that's just an expansive meadow or an expansive greenery walking to a cliff. I just think sometimes I just want to walk. Give me an audiobook or something and just let me walk on a nice day. Let me just walk a few miles in that greenery. I don't know. It's crazy this, but I think about that all the time. Molly's not sure about the animals. I'm originally from Dublin, and though I live in the countryside now, I'm agoraphobic, so am mostly at home. I do sometimes need to wait for cows or sheep to go by, but that's on country lanes where the cows are going to be milked or the sheep being moved to a different field. That would normally be by a village. Yeah, see, but that's the thing. Yeah, but that's the thing. In these movies, they go for the stereotype to set the scene for Irish movies and stuff, because there's always a little pub that you go through. But yeah, that's what they show. They're not really normally showing like a big city. So yeah, very interesting. And that is exactly what you said about the animals. They're on their way to be pasteurized or something. Yes. Molly says, I read a little Ursula Vernon, the Wombat comic, and I followed her on social media and like what she wrote there. Yeah, she's been around a minute. She does good work, though. Jaleesa says, I need to jump back into Dominion. Oh, you have read it. Okay. You've been reading it. Okay. I had to return it back to the library. The hold for the book is long. Yes, I was on. Actually, you know what? I was not on a hold very long for Dominion. The ebook has a very long list, but this physical book did not have a long list at all. I think I got it within 2 weeks. I'll make sure to tell Mama Washington about it. Right now, me and her and the older sister are reading Judge Stone by Viola Davis. Oh, I think I passed that the other day. Is that, hold on, let me double check something. I think I did pass that the other day, and I was like, is that the Viola Davis Judge? Let me make sure I'm looking at the right book. Stone. Yep, that's the book I read with James Patterson. Yep. I was just sitting there like, why is she in bed with James Patterson? Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay. Viola, you're selling the book, I guess. But I do like she got top billing at the top of the thing. But yeah. James Patterson been around too much, and his little comments a few years ago just kind of irritated me. So I'm just like not a fan. Like he's with all the books out there to read, he's not one I would pick up. So that's why I'm like, but there's nothing wrong with his writing and stuff, okay? But well, I hope that y'all enjoy that. Support Miss Viola, okay? Hello, Kat. How are you doing? Happy St. Pat's Day. You too as well. Molly says, I never judge anyone for using the library, except for me and people like me who take books out too long. I'm too much of a mood reader to finish them in a timely manner. Here's what I think about when it comes to how long somebody has a book, because we all wait, okay? When I get that book, it belongs to me. So when Libby keeps telling me, hey, you're almost finished, there's 3 people in line, do you want to return or whatever, or they send that notice. This is my book. Don't rush me. That's the way I look at it, okay? Because I waited. So just like I had to wait for those other people, I don't know what they were doing with that book. For all I know, it was sitting on their shelf. So if I'm going to have this sucker sit on my shelf for 2 weeks before I decide to pick it up, it still belongs to me. And if I want to renew and I still didn't read it till the 3rd time, because sometimes, you can keep renewing. If I didn't read it until the 3rd time I renewed it, it still belongs to me. So whatever I do with it is my business. Even if I didn't read it and I checked it out and there was a long hold and I know people are waiting and I checked it out and I kept it for 4 weeks and I still didn't read it, that's my business. I checked out this whole bag of books. I got a bag of like 10 books in here. I've read through some of them, but I haven't read any of those books. So that's not your business. Once for a video, this was a while back, I checked out, was it 25 books? It was like memoirs by Black authors, right? And so I'm sorry, memoirs, Black celebrity memoirs. And I checked out a lot of books. And the people at the front counter were like, oh my gosh. They were like, these things are due. Some of these are due in 3 weeks. So I was like, yeah. It's not your business what I'm doing with the book. So, and it's the same thing with people that buy books. It's not my business whether you read those books or not. It belongs to you. You paid your dollars. Same thing with the library. My taxpayer dollars are paying for these and I'm coming to collect. Give me my book. I don't need the commentary, So that's the way I look at it. So don't worry about it if you get it and you lost interest as soon as you got home. You may pick up interest again or you don't, but the book belongs to you, Molly, until it's time to return. Do you? That's the way I look at it, okay? Maybe that's a selfish mentality, but I really don't care. It belongs to me. This is my book for the time that I have it, okay? Jaleesa says the fruits I usually add are ones that can be rehydrated. Yeah, dried fruits like raisins, apples, goji berries. I never thought of raisins. That would be interesting. I've never heard of raisin tea. That's probably why. Because you can make that as strong as you like. Oh, okay. You made me food for thought. Do I have any raisins? I may not have any. I used to always have them, but I stopped eating them. All right. I may try that with raisins next time. That appeals to me, and it's easy and it's cheap. Thank you very much. I had learned something, and it would be naturally sweet because there's tons of sugar in raisins. So that would be good. Okay. I'm going to try that one. Molly says, forget a difference between here and the US. Here, cider is alcoholic. So I mean hard cider in your terms. Oh, okay. I get you. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. What same thing with hard ciders? They're too sweet. I can't do it. Even they have those mommy drinks, they call them the what's the seltzer? It's like 100 calories, maybe. I call them mommy seltzers. I can't remember. Celsius, I think, is one, and there's a few others. But even the hard ones, like the root beer one, Mike's Hard Lemonade, Burtles and James. That's an old school ice cooler is what we used to call them, a wine cooler. But I can't drink a lot of those. They're just so sweet. So I don't know. I would still cut them, but yeah, no. I would prefer beer. But there's some good stuff. Jaleesa says, I cut my drinks too. Get one soda and cut it with 3 to 4 16-ounce bottles of water. That's why regular soda bites me back when I drink it straight. Yeah, exactly. No, I get you on that one. Yep. Molly says, there's always a pub, generally at least 2. You know what? You gotta love it. Always got a place to go. Nothing wrong with that. Molly loves Viola Davis as an actress. Must look out for her books. Yeah. I just wish she would have done it by herself. But I get it. She's pairing herself with this big writer that can use the same staff, all of that stuff. But I don't think she needs him to sell a book. I'm just gonna be honest, okay? Tamron did it by herself. It was Tamron Hall. That's it. No other folks. So I think Viola should just do her own damn thing. Okay. I think she's a name in her own right. Yeah. I'm thinking of if I should say something. I'll say it anyway. Okay. Viola Davis is a Black woman in this country. There are some people that, are particular about who they read books by. Almost everybody reads James Patterson about who they are. He's a big name. He's been around for a while. It gets her name out to the demographic that might not just pick up her book as Viola Davis. But to me, baby girl, to the demographic that counts, that cares about you, then that's the people you should be catering your book to. Yeah. There we go. I'll leave it at that. There we go. Target away. Target. Okay, Miss Cat, what you ordered? Molly says, I'm not a fan if I've read. I'm not sure if I've read any Patterson. Back in the day, I read Patterson because when my mom had her little library, that he was definitely on the shelf. Okay. Him, Balducci, Nora Roberts, what's the other one? Danielle Steele, all them old school favorites, but I don't read any of that stuff now. Swain says, Molly, I'm a mood reader too, and it takes time to get ebooks from the library. So when it comes in, I might not be in the mood to read it. That's true. Why is this not clicking on your comments here? Show. Oh, why is that not? All right, there you go. Maybe I'm clicking too fast. Okay. Yeah, I get you on that one. Because sometimes you're in the mood to request, and then it's like what it is. But you know what I do? When it does come in, I still put it on my hold shelf. Because hopefully the mood comes up soon. But sometimes I try to structure, like especially if I'm doing a readathon, I want to have a book reading at a certain time and then it may be due. So that does get in the way. And so I'm constantly adjusting. But also what I do is I don't tend to put a lot of books on my list, which Libby doesn't allow me to put more than 8 on the list, which sucks anyway. So I just have little lists that I make for when I want to read certain books. Otherwise, I just put screenshots on my phone and come back to it later. So I'm a bit of a mood reader, but not really. It's more of opportunity reading, but I will be reading, Molly says, I've had 3 books out forever. I'm not even renewing them. I bought 2 of them as ebooks for highlighting, but still haven't bought them back. One is okay to bring back, but agoraphobia. Um, Another is Hammett. Never heard of that. And I tab so many pages, so I need to transfer it to my ebook. The third I haven't bought, and I'm about halfway through reading. You got a whole system there. You know what? You got to figure out what works for you, works for you. I do like sometimes a physical book though, but that ebook is so convenient, so convenient. Hey, Double Jen, how are you doing today? Happy St. Patty's Day. We're about to get to another sprint here. I used to drink a lovely cider in Australia that wasn't too sweet, and I don't see it here, but I think it's from the UK. Yeah, that's true. It sucks when you go places and you can't get that same thing others. Kat's ordered black ink for the printer, Crocs, and 5 organizers for the hubby. There you go, getting some tasks done, okay? I ain't mad at it. Molly says, I wouldn't think Davis needs Patterson for it. Facts, but maybe she wants him for his experience. A lot of celebrities write books with ghostwriters, so I appreciate that his name is on the cover too. Yeah, I mean, there's been some discourse about how much of his books he's actually writing, okay, too. He's been pairing with a lot of people lately. That seems to be the big thing with a lot of newer authors, pairing with an author that's more seasoned around. But, how much is he really writing? I don't know. I just don't think she needs him. I personally would just appreciate Viola Davis, and that's it. I'm just saying. I'm reading Bunny, and that book is crazy. I heard that book was crazy. It was on my list, and I cannot remember why I took it off. So there was a video I saw that made me not interested, and I don't even remember what that video said at this time. It was about maybe a year and a half ago, but I did hear it was crazy. Is there a sequel? Maybe that was it. Maybe it was a cliffhanger and a single. I can't remember. But it was on my list and it was taken off. Molly says Hammett is about Shakespeare's family. Hamlet or Hamlet? Shakespeare's family. It's a film now and just won Best Actress at the Oscars. Irish writer, Irish actress. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Okay. I have to check it out. Hammett. I didn't know that about Patterson. It's not bad, but it is weird. Yeah, I didn't hear that it was bad. I don't know. I gotta look it up. I gotta figure out why I decided not to. I think so. Hey, you know what? You enjoy it, okay? Weird books are okay as long as they don't freak you out too much, okay? Like Mayfly was just a little bit over my head. But yeah. There's nothing wrong with Patterson. I just think in the grand scheme, there's other people that I would like to read more. I've also heard like he had a very kind of privileged, snarky comment that he made that just threw discriminated against and stuff. I'm like, well, he just showed his ass with privilege. That throws me off. So that's why I'm just like, no. Plus, he's been around. People of his ilk have been around for a long time selling books. And will continue. I see people every time I go to the library, I see at least 2 or 3 people with a James Patterson book on their lap. Okay. It's the ultimate travel book. Okay. There's a lot more flavor out there that I'm going to partake in than go back to that. So, but keep reading him. I mean, he's not a bad time. It's just like Stephen King, Jaleesa says, Courtney, I'm with you. That book is mine until I return it. I'm bad about it, though. I'll keep it until the second overdue notice. Facts. I do it all the time. And then I might not even read it. But it's your book. That's the way I look at it, okay? When that library haul comes through, it's yours. I can keep it as long as the library says I can keep it. And so that means I can renew it 3 times and I'm not ready to drive. Because sometimes I don't want to go across town. I just don't. The library is not a convenient location for me here. So I have to go across town to go to the library, and I'm just not feeling it. My work schedule, I'm tired. Here we got interlibrary loans, so different things. I went to the library the other day, and when I came back, all of a sudden they're like another hole just came in. I just came from there. So even picking it up, because my library time starts when I pick it up. But they allow me 8 days to get it, that it will sit on the whole shelves waiting for me. I may extend out that 8 days. Okay. And lately, the library in the last 2 weeks has started this new thing. Every day you have something on the shelf that you haven't picked up, they'll send you another notice. They started that recently. I'm like, I know it's on the shelf. Stop bugging me. Okay. I have 8 days. I put it on the calendar. When I get time, but that also buys you some time. If I'm in the middle of reading something and I know I can't renew that because it's a new release or something, then I'm going to try my best to finish what I'm doing before I go pick that up. So it buys me some time. But I'm just saying, it's my book. Let me figure it out. So yes, people don't feel sympathy, y'all, when the libraries, when you get a book of, oh, somebody's waiting in line, but you waited in line too. I'm just saying, be a little bit selfish when you get it. I take good care of it and I return it when I need to. I'm never overdue. Okay. It may be returned on the due date, but it's not overdue. Don't rush me. Okay. It's one of those things. I don't like to be rushed. Well, I know my responsibility and I take care of it. Okay. But you gave me the opportunity to renew this 3 times. Don't be salty that I renewed it 3 times. Okay. I'm just saying, they need to slow. Y'all got other books at the library that people can read. Let me have my time. That's the way I look at it. Molly says Hamnet with an N. Hamnet. Okay, Hamnet. Okay. Shakespeare's son who died at 11. Ooh. Oh, that's sad. Hamnet. Okay. Okay. I'll have to look at that one. I had no idea. Double Jen says, I think there's certainly some mental health issues happening in the bunny. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I did hear it was weird, but I don't know exactly what it's about. Molly says Shakespeare Actors is Irish too. Paul Mescal, who is having his moments. Oh, that's awesome. Everybody deserves their moment, okay? I haven't watched anything he's in yet because I'm terrible at getting around to watching things. Fat hacks. Jaleesa says, oh yeah, I know what you mean. I'm not happy that she co-wrote with him, but I get it. It's a money thing. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I understand it. I just don't think she needs it. Okay. She should have spoke to Tamron Hall and figured out what Tamron did. Okay. Because I heard her book was very successful. And I believe, in my opinion, even though Tamron Hall is on TV all the time, I think Tamron Hall has a very wide certain demographic audience on a daily basis, daytime talk show. And I think that's why she went her route that she did. But she should have talked to her and figured out another way. Double Jen says, hi to Jaleesa. Said to Jen, how are you today? Trying to keep the head on. That's what I'm talking about. That's the best you can. Okay, y'all, we have been talking a minute, okay? And I love talking to y'all, but we are going to get to the next sprint here, okay? We're going to be here till about 4 today, so we have time for another sprint, okay? So we have some leprechauns again. It is St. Patrick's Day, so we are going to continue with this theme here. So we have these 4 leprechauns. Why are they purple? Let me get another screen layout so you can see all of them, see what they're working with. Okay, so we have these 4 people. What can I differentiate them by? Well, you have 2 with stars. Every characteristic that I'm thinking that I can differentiate them by, at least one other person has it. So we'll just go with 1 through 4. So number 1, 2, 3, or 4. What about the facial art? No, can't do that. Well, okay. Number 1 is a smile with no teeth. 4 is a smile with teeth. 3 has a goatee, which I'm loving. And then number 2 has a soul patch. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Okay, we'll go by facial features. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go with number 3 because he looks like a rock star. He reminds me of that guy from what is that? The Wedding Singer. So let me know who y'all are going to throw your support behind. Apparently, they are going to be growing the growing a shamrock, I believe. So that looks cute. All right, let me see. Where are we at in the chats here? The Hamnet book and film are fictional. I never even heard of the book. Just fictional based on real people. In the book, Hamnet dies of the plague. I'm not sure if that's what he died of reality. That's still sad. Okay, I didn't know I didn't even know he had kids. Molly says, I recommend the book if you like literary fiction with lots of imagery. Ooh, yeah, no, that's already beyond my scope already. Reminds me of those books I used to read back in the day that I'm definitely not into. Molly says 2 or 3 for me because purple and the buckle on the hat. Yes. Yeah, I like the buckle. You know what? Truthfully, I like the shamrock in number 1. I love the goatee on 3. I'm trying to see if there's any other distinguishing things. That's about it. I guess I could go with the size of their hats in a way, but we're going to go with that. But I'm going to go with number 3, okay? We are going to go with 3. My stomach is growling, y'all. I am so hungry. Luckily, I'm going to rectify that in the next sprint here. All right, y'all. So we're going to get to this sprint here, okay? So put in the chats who you're going to root for, and we will go from there, okay? 45 minutes. Happy reading. Sorry, I had issue getting the mute button off. Okay, so number 2 is the winner. Number 2 with the spiky hair and the belt buckle. Okay, he is original. Let me get this one off the screen. How did that sprint go for everybody? Let us know. Let us know how that sprint went. If you chose number 2, that was the winner. Let's see. For that sprint, I ate, which was great. I was hungry. My stomach was growling during the last talk break there. So definitely needed some food. So I'm happy about that. And I talked to my husband. What else did I do? I read part of my book. Oh, and I was preparing some food for dinner. Taking some meat out the fridge and making sure it's all set and all that good stuff. So that was the sprint for me. How about yourselves? Let me see where my thing is here. There's the chat. Okay, yeah. So Molly was looking for 2 to 3 because of the purple and 2 because of the belt buckle. So there we go. You're in the winning zone. I'm still 0 for 2. 0 for 2. Mally's going to plan for the sprint is for studying Old Irish and drinking water. Oh, there we go. Make sure you hydrate, y'all. Ooh, I'm trying to up my water intake. I was saying this last sprint that I feel like it has slacked off a little bit. So that is what I've been trying to do lately. Hello, Raven. How are you doing? Smash, smash, smash. Much appreciated. Hopefully you're having a good day. Alicia says, exactly right. 2 of them are purple. 2 of them have like the little star on the hat. Like it seems like with the exception of, 2 and 3 with their hair, it seems like everybody, at least 2 people had some of the same characteristics. So yeah, I don't get that. I can't make the timers. I wish I did. If I was, ever get my ish together, then I will find some other ones. But that's what we have. And those are the only 2 timers that we have for St. Pat. So we're going to recycle the leprechaun and have a race next. Okay. Hey, Annette, popping in to say hi and tap the like button. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. There you go, Molly. Yes, number 2 is indeed the winner for you. Molly says hi to Annette and hope she's having a good day. I second that. People, purple is the best color. It is the best color. It is. Although I did like that funky hair, okay? Molly says, I did Old Irish revision via custom cards in Lingo Legend, added 3 new ones, and I drink water. Oh, you're rocking and rolling. Okay, getting some education up in there. Much appreciated. Alicia says, I got everyone lunch and continued working on my daughter's room, decluttered and reading journal and taking turns and doing things around. I get you. All right. Well, you are doing very well. You're being productive. Okay. You're being productive and getting everything's done. Okay. Whatever sequence you do, you're doing a pretty good job of it. Yes, definitely best color for sure. Amberly did laundry, went out back with the dog, talked about the dog, and read about 20 pages. Dog has cancer, so there's a lot of dog stuff going on around here. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, you know what? However long our pets are with us, you give them the best life as possible and love them, okay? So, and I know these pets definitely appreciate them, okay? So have a look with all the dog and everything, and well love that so many people are willing to kind of get involved in the care, okay? Alicia says, I'm over the daughter's room. You've been decluttering a while, okay? Yeah, you definitely need to get it finished. Hopefully other people are helping, but I always say the less things you have, then the less you have to declutter. So that's why I'm adverse to getting a lot of new things. Okay, so there's that. Y'all, here we go. This day in history. Okay, we're going to go ahead and read what happens on March 17, in this day in history. And then we'll go to another spread. If I can turn some pages. Okay, March 17, right? Oh, we're going to talk about St. Patrick. So in 461 CE, what is CE? CE. What does CE stand for when it comes to years? 461 CE, Christian Bishop St. Patrick is thought to have died on this day. Now the patron saint of Ireland, he is known for using the 3 leaves of the shamrock plant to describe the nature of the Holy Trinity, God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. The anniversary of his death is recognized as St. Patrick's Day, an annual celebration of Irish culture. Oh, okay. So St. Patrick is named after a Christian bishop called St. Patrick, and he was Irish and patron saint of Ireland. Okay. See, I did not know that. I thought St. Patrick's Day was somehow to commemorate a battle or independence or something like that. I learned something new. Okay, so St. Patrick's Day is after a religious figure, on the day he's thought to have died. It would be something if they later find out that he did not die on this day. That would be interesting. In 2001, apparently there is an Eden project. Eden, Eden, a giant greenhouse of 8 connected domes called the Eden Project, open to visitors in Cornwall, UK. The domes now house about 5,000 different plant species from around the world. Look at that. If y'all remember the movie Biodome, this will look familiar, okay? This is what this reminds me of, Biodome. That was a funny movie, by the way. Anybody has been to the Eden Project? Let me know. It was in Cornwall, UK. In 1969, Golda Meir was elected prime minister, became the first woman to lead Israel. In power for 5 years, she led the nation through the 1973 Yom Kippur War and became known as the Iron Lady of Israeli politics. There we go, Israel's Iron Lady. On this day, the Kingdom of Italy was officially proclaimed in Turin after a decade of revolution, and Victor Emmanuel was crowned as its first king. Okay, so Italy became a kingdom. Vanguard, the first solar-powered satellite, was launched in the United States. Oldest human-made object orbiting Earth was Vanguard 1 in 1958. Whew, that's a long time. In 1992, the majority of white voters in South Africa voted yes in a public vote to end apartheid. Ooh, that's very interesting. Apartheid is equivalent to the kind of Jim Crow here, our structure back in the day, racist structure. So very interesting. 1992. Okay. That is so sad. 1992, that's not too long ago. You have people here probably in this chat that was born in 1992, and that's when South Africa decided to end racist segregation practices. Really goes to show you the world is very young, and people's viewpoints and ideas are very young. No, actually, that's not true. Very old. Very old. A new way of thinking and new ideas about equality are very young. So when you think about the worlds that we live in today and, you know, the problems we have, those are very old problems with new ways of thinking them that are young. And it takes a long time for people to change their mentality about a lot of things. And, you know, depending on what side of the board you're on, you get the brunt of that. Also born on this day was the first professional rodeo performer in the U.S., Alice Greenough Orr. She won 4 World Saddle Bronc Championships in 1902. And apparently, 1969, Alexander McQueen was born, who is a British fashion designer. He launched his career for French magazine Givenchy and later went on to establish his own luxury brand. So if you believe in all that brand stuff, there you go. Very interesting facts. Okay, there we go. Where we go? Alicia, giving you some encouragement there. Folks to hear that about the dog. Exactly. Alicia said, nope, it's just me doing. Ooh, that's a lot of work. So I've been doing it in bursts, but we are getting to the end where things may just have to go because they won't fit in a room. Yeah. I mean, I will say this, if you're the majority buyer in your home, then that mess was probably created by you with all of the things that she has. So you're just cleaning up your mess. So think of it that way. Probably not the fairest way to think about it, but if you think about it in that respect, you're like, you have autonomy to decide what stays and what goes if you're the one that blessed her with all of those things, so. But it's good that you're organizing and taking care of that, because at some point, you got to do it. There's one way or another, especially kids grow up and stuff and then no longer want or can fit in, some things. So then you're stuck at some point doing that. So do it now. Amberly says, thank you. It's not great. We don't think it's going to be very long. Just spending lots of time with it. Oh, or you know what? And that is good. And that's all the best you can do. I've been through that with 4 pets. And that's the best you can do, is just spend the time you have with them and make sure it's quality and go from there, So, Common Era. Ooh, never heard of that. Common Era is after Christ, just like AD is Anno Domini, while BCE, before Common Era, is the secular equivalent of before Christ BC. Oh, okay. Okay. I knew the AC and BC, so I didn't know. Okay. So it just relates to that. Okay. Very interesting. Common Era. Okay. Learn something new. Common Era, same as AD, doesn't the non-Christian call it the year of our Lord? Ah. Oh, I'm not like super religious, so I had no idea. I just think of it in terms of what people like call things and stuff. So, okay. St. Patrick originally came from Great Britain. He was taken here as a slave. He's said to have introduced Christianity to Ireland. Really? Oh, okay. And to ascend to such greatness and actually have like a whole holiday named after you and all that stuff, that's pretty cool. All right. You never know where people come from or to where they go, okay? Never judge people out. Big hugs to Amber. We all wish you much luck with that, okay? Hopefully we can get your mind off it just a little bit, okay? Amber says, I always love the interesting facts segment of these spreads. Well, thank you. I try to impart some knowledge. I'm learning it as you do too. I love that I got that book. Every day is something different, okay? We haven't even gotten to most of the days because I only do the days that, for the most part, that we sprint. So always some fun stuff. Molly says, I'm going to try and take some photos. Why is this not clicking? During the chatty bit, if I haven't lost too much light already. Okay. What are you going to take some photos of? Let us know. Let us know. Molly says, Amber says, thank you to Molly. And Alicia says, unfortunately, not just me. You're like, I'm not taking responsibility for all of this. Everything was given as gifts between birthday and Christmas for family, friends, and yes, a little bit me, but just everything together. Yeah, I get you. Just kids tend to accumulate a lot of things, okay? Because people always just want gifts, and kids tend to accumulate. I mean, I guess as adults we do too, but if they're into toys, they tend to accumulate like it's normally a big thing with tons of little small things. Like you have those, like how a lot of people gift those like little girls like toy kitchens. It's a lot of little parts, and they always tend to be all over the place. Little makeup sets, little cook sets, things like that. 2 little tool sets for boys. It's just like little pieces that you find them under the couch and just, yeah, it becomes a chore. So I get you. And then there's clothes, and they're constantly growing out of clothes. So then that's a whole nother ball game. So yeah, you're just think of your children are well loved, okay? That people want to give them those things. as you declutter. Okay. If it's good things, donate. Put a nice donation pile. Okay. If it's trash, then trash it. Okay. But it could somebody else can love it too. Molly says, I'm taking photos of books and weaving I set up last night. Okay, like crafts weaving, that type thing. What are you doing with your pictures after that? Are you creating like a portfolio or selling? Alicia says, as most of her things are 5T clothes and toddlers, I have been procrastinating on keeping up with it. So, I get you. Yeah, that could be a lot too, because kids go through some clothes. I tell you, okay, that is what they are. You'll get through it. You know what? What I always say, the how to eat the elephant one bite at a time. I mean, don't eat the elephant, but take your time. You're on day 5. You may need day 10, but little spurts, give yourself a reward for any small little thing. But if you can get someone else involved, I would say go right ahead. Add them away, okay? All right, y'all. We're in the comments here, about to get to the next sprint here. Hopefully we have time for 2 more sprints. We shall see. Right, there we go. All right, so we got another leprechaun race here. Like I said, I only have 2 St. Patty's Day timers. So we're going to recycle them both. Yeah, I hope not 10 days, but if you have it, you have it. At least you're not on like a time limit. You know what I'm saying? Some people are on a time limit for getting everything done. But yeah, I feel you on that one. Okay, y'all. So we have our 4 leprechauns. Okay. They look similar yet different from the last one. Okay. The last time we had this one. So we still got a green dude. Let me see. Okay, we got a green person with a beard. I'm gonna choose that green person with the beard. Okay. Last time I chose this guy, number 4, and he had a different like mustache and stuff. So anyway, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 with a star, kind of greenish with the star on the hat. Number 2 has a shamrock, looking kind of friendly. Number 3 has a belt bucket. I don't know, he looks kind of sketch to me. And then number 4 has the round circle there. Okay, but I'm gonna go with number 1, Mr. Green Guy. Mr. Green Guy. Let's see, where am I at here? Molly says, craft and weaving. I'm going to try weaving a bookmark. Oh, that should be cool. The books are to show off my new ones that arrived yesterday, all to do with medieval Ireland. Ooh, okay. I like that. Okay, learning some history. That's always cool. I bet you have some very interesting stories you will find in that. Okay. So we have that one. Let me change this layout here a little bit. That's a little bit better. All right. When I get the comments off the screen, you'll be able to see better. Ooh, let me see if I can get that off the screen now. Okay, so there you see your number 1, 2, 3, 4. So pick your poison. Pick your poison. Amberly says, I want to see the weaving. Yes, it would be really cool to see that. You're talented. Maybe you can post in Discord or something like that if you're interested. Alicia says, I'll vote for 1. I like the purple tie. Is it purple tie? I don't know. I didn't even notice that. I keep having to take the comments off. Okay, I see that. Oh, yeah, the ties are all different. We got purple, red, is that pink, and blue. Okay. I still choose number 1 anyway. Molly says, I'm going for the zombie again. There we go. Okay, 1's getting some love. Okay. Amberly says number 4 with the dude with the little fro. And Molly says there's no real weaving to show yet. I wove some rows with wrap yarn to try and even out the wrap. I'm not sure where to post it so you can see it. Maybe Facebook, Discord. That would be a great Discord to post it in. Yep. Go right there. That would be a good one. So your updates. I think Kita has a craft and wine Discord as well. I haven't been to one of them probably at least a week or so, but I know there's that one. Um, I do have Discord, but it's only really for boot camp readathon. I don't really check it much outside of that. I'm not a huge Discord person. So I kind of go in and out of Discord, and only really during readathons do I really go much into Discord. So, and that includes mine. So I would say the Faithfuls, because I think that one's been pretty active lately. Or if you want, you can go through Kita's there. Okay, y'all. Y'all are ready to get to the next sprint. Get the sprinty sprint on. Let's see if we can get a winner out the box. Okay, that will be fun. Yeah, there you go. You're in Kita's. There we go. That's a good one to post too. Yep. And if you have some wine, you can post that too. We would appreciate it. Okay, y'all. Happy reading. I'll see you in 45. Ooh, why didn't it start? Hold up. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. I realized I did not have matching socks and I thought I had a few more seconds to get it, but apparently I'm slow. However, look at our dude right there. Okay, number one. Okay. We can safely end sprints, even though we have one more sprint left. We can safely end sprints because I have actually won one of these races. So I'm happy about that. Okay. How did that sprint go for everybody? Let me know how your sprint went. I managed to take a shower and I have on my shirt. What does it say? Irish Spring Break. So there we go. Cute shirt. I like it. I had the choice to pick at this festival I went to where I got this shirt from a few different shirts, and I was very much trying to choose the. It was like a tank. There was one with, I think it had. What did it have? Here we go. You know the Irish Spring soap bar thing? It has some play on that. However, they did not have anything besides a small and an extra small. And believe you me, y'all, your girl does not wear a small. Okay. So that didn't work. And so I wanted with this shirt, which is cute, but I wanted a tank. But I don't know why they would have shirts, just those small ones, but they did not have ones that I could wear. So I'm okay with what I have though, but beggars can't be choosy, but I did want a tank. Let's see what in the comments here. Yes, you were in the boot camp Discord. Boot camp's a good time, y'all. In case y'all are not aware, Boot Camp Readathon is a readathon that I host once a year. It's going to be the first 2 weeks of January. It's about fitness, eating right, reading your books, concentrating on your mental health, just starting the year off in a good light with hopefully some practices that you can pull from throughout the rest of the year, so. But we'll be doing that again next year. It was a good time. I disappeared with the timer. I do sometimes. I do. Hopefully you can see me now. Okay. Yes, number one. That was well done. The zombie one, as Molly was saying. Took and edited. What is wrong? There we go. Took and edited a couple of photos and got distracted. Who we talking about distraction? That never happens, right? I feel like that is the nature of my life. Distractions, okay? But just circle back around to it, Molly, and you'll be good to go, okay? Hopefully your photos came out pretty good. Amberly said, I got to page 80 in The Unspoken Name by A.K. Larkwood. I've not heard of that. Is that a nonfiction? Let's see. Oops. Let's see. The Unspoken Name came right up here. First book in the Serpent's Gates fantasy series. Ooh, how do you pronounce that name? Csorme, Csorme. An orc priestess raised to be a sacrifice. Ooh, that sounds good. Does not sound like there's any romance. Is there any romance in there? First book. Okay. Oh, so it's 2. Oh, well, that's good. Oh, it does say there might be some romance in there. Okay. All right. Sounds like interesting. And it's only 2 books, so you don't even have to worry about 7-8 years down the line and all the other extra books that tend to come with a series. So that's good. Okay. Well, I hope that you're enjoying that. Looks like you're early in. Okay. So enjoy. Fantasy coming out in 2020. So I think it disappeared pretty fast. Oh, yeah, I'd heard of it. It sounds like one of those epic fantasies, that people tend to really like and talk about a lot. So I don't know. Maybe you can breathe the person to bring it back out. Caw, put it out there, talk about it a little bit more. Maybe some people pick up on it too. Alicia said, I might have an arc of the book, but I haven't read it yet. Ooh, see, there you go. There we go. Somebody to potentially talk about it with. No romance to speak of yet. Okay, maybe coming. It wasn't a foremost thing. It was just something that came up later that said romance. So you never know. Honestly, it's pretty good. Some things that you normally see with debuts, but I'm bummed she hasn't written anything else after these two books. Oh, maybe she's working on it. When did that second book come out? And at least they're both out. So there you go. They're both out and you don't have to worry about it. Read them both at the same time. That's what I like. Okay, let's do it together and not wait around, because I hate waiting around for a book, especially if it ends in a cliffhanger. That's why I have to do so much research about fantasies, especially because they tend to be part of a series and they tend to end in cliffs, leading you to the next book. So I don't mind so much if it's a cliffhanger, and I don't bother about that as much if the books are out, because I know I can easily pick up the next one. So I always make sure that if I'm going to read something that I know it's in a series, I make sure that all the books are available before I start. And I don't worry so much about the cliffhanger, but I do like to check just to make sure. And I really kind of give it some thought before reading it, because let's say you don't like the book and then it ends in a cliffhanger. Then it's like, did I get a good resolution for me to stop this series right now? So you have to do your research. Reading is a chore, y'all, before you even get to it, okay? Alicia says, I worked on the daughter stuff and you may finish today. Okay. Well, you know what? If you see an end in sight where you can finish today, even if you don't, when you pick back up tomorrow or whatever day after, then you know you can finish then. So there's an end in this telescope sight. Okay. I'm happy for you. I know it's a chore. Okay. And you got another room to do too. Amberly says, I think the second was in 2021 or 22. Okay, well, either way, they're both done. So you're good to go. Good to go on that one, okay? You got a series that you can actually complete without waiting. Alicia's mapping out calendars for my reading journal while we chat. Ooh, okay, that's always good, planning some stuff. I commend y'all planners out there. I have a little bit of planning, and that's about it. Like, my planning goes as far as maybe a week and a half. Nah, that's not true. It depends on what it is. Like, I can place books. I've been trying to do that better with my reading journal, of placing when I want to read some books. Generally, it's relation to a readathon. So I have readathons that I'm participating in April and May and June. I'm just looking at what I wrote down. I just kind of have a glance as I come. So yeah, so those next 3 months, but it's not like set in stone. It's just, hey, I know I'm not going to get to this book this month, so this is going to be here, but it's all in how it fits into the readathon. If I choose to even make it, fit into a prompt, because if I really want to read a book, I'm just going to read it and I don't care if it matches. So there you go. So you got to just figure that one out. I try not to be too hard on myself on trying to make things fit and work into a bubble, and just have it do its thing and call it a day, because otherwise you will drive yourself bonkers. And I got enough things to worry about than worrying about all of that. So that's about it. Sorry, I'm like scratching some stuff off that I'm like, why is this not. All right, I'll do that next. Alicia says that, see, you had me pick up my journal, and then that's what happened. I start planning. Alicia says, this mouse is driving me nuts. I think it's not the mouse. I think it's Restream. You got to click the comment at a particular location on the screen, I think, and then wait, which I'm like clicking all over in Speedy Gonzalez. So, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Exactly. I love a tunnel where I see it into. Amberly says, you're going to be so happy to have it done. Exactly. And then your daughter's going to like it. And then you can be like, Mama did that. Give yourself a little check, And then your son's going to be like, when's my room? And then you just created a whole mess. So, but you can say you helped and you did it. All you brainchild, And Alicia says, yes, definitely will for sure. I agree with you on that one. Okay, y'all, we're going to get to this last sprint here, okay? Let's see. Last sprint here. Make it count, y'all, okay? I'm going to actually do some reading. Try to read most of this sprint. Let's see. Where is Superfool? There we go. Okay. So we have the 4-leaf clover patch again. Okay. Like I said, there's only 2 timers in this whole thing. So we have 1 through 4, and they all happen to be non-traditional people colors. Every single one of them. So that's interesting. So we have green. Hold on, let me see if there's a difference on the main screen. No, there's not really any difference. I'm trying to see what y'all see versus what the shared screen that I'm showing y'all looks at. But what y'all see is exactly what I see. 3 greenish, light bluish looking people and a purple. So I'm just going to go with purple because that's the only one that stands out. Plus, they got a ponytail, y'all. Y'all see that? All right, so you got blue pill, purple pill, red pill, and another purple pill, light purple. But I'm going to go with the purple dude with the ponytail and the star is number 3. So what about y'all? Let me know. Yep, Amber Lee's going for number 3. You got to get that purple up in there. I know it. What in the world, green and purple? Exactly. That's what I said. I'm like, I must not be seeing this right. At least, you know what I will say, at least their ties are different, and the pale colors, and then the medallion on their hats. Because there was too much, in my opinion, similarities with this one last time we did it. At least 2 people had the same thing, and it was hard to kind of differentiate. But this one's very distinct there. Hey, you know what? You know how people say people of color, which I really don't like that term because we're all colors. But this is truly people of color. Okay, so we have that diversity going on here. Oh man, yeah, different color pills. Yep. Okay, Alicia's going with number 2. Okay, there we go. Purple dude. Yep. I know you're gonna choose purple, Molly. We're aligned. I have my weaving photo up in Facebook Discord now. Okay, let me see. I can show the group. Let me see if I can find it. I have been working on my diamond painting at all. Oh, Molly, you're the one that sent out the magical readathon thing that I saw. Oh, well, you can't really see it here. But anyway, this is the announcement video. I took a screenshot, but I haven't seen it yet. 10 new callings. Do y'all keep up with magical readathons, which are callings? Where is this the one? Yeah, no, that's Crafty Wine. Do y'all keep up with y'all callings per? Because I definitely don't. I just choose something different each time. Where is, oh, that's Mystic. No, that's Crafty Vibes and Wine. Where's this one? I know I'm part of it. Did I get kicked out of it? March Madness, Alicia, Bootcamp, Mystic, Mayhem, Kooky. Am I not part of it? Did I get kicked out? That's Atia's. What's the Discord, faithful Discord called? Maybe I got the name. Well, no, I don't see anything that relate. I know what these other ones are. That's so weird. I've been to the Discord. It's not the Crafty Wine, right? Well, that's Kita's. No, that can't be that one. I'm so confused. What are they saying, Clueless? I'm totally bugging. Well. Then I gotta go find it. Well, if y'all could maybe can you post it in the other one? Oh, Oh, she made baby girl a little thing. Ooh, and Juicy finished her beanie hat. Look at all these creative people up in there. Okay, y'all. I'm getting off on a tangent here. Okay, well, I don't apparently have that. Crafters important. Yeah, I definitely don't. That's weird. I could have sworn I've been to it too and seen people's projects. Did I mix it up with something else? Let me see. Nope, that says create your own. That's not it. And then that's sending somebody something. Well, okay, I would have to say it's me because nobody else would have done it, but I am not part of that Discord. I don't know why. I remember the link. I got it on IG. I thought somebody I'm wrong. Okay. Well, I will have to look that up. Let's see. General path. It's in general path. Yeah, I'm not even part of the Discord. I don't know why I'm not part of the Discord. Let me go to IG and see if I okay. I don't even know what this is. I came across some weird video. I'm gonna click off that real quick because that's scaring me. Where is the link? Miss Molly, can you send me a link to that Discord? Because I'm not seeing. Let me see. Maybe Dee? No, that's not it. That's something else. I'm telling y'all, I'm losing my mind. Maybe something was going on too much and I just completely forgot. I could have sworn I did. Okay. All right. We'll get to that. If somebody can just send me a link in IG and I'll go ahead and rectify and become part of that crafters Discord. I don't know. I probably confused it with Kita's and was like, oh, I'm here already when I saw the word craft. So I don't know. I'm looking for a channel in crafty vibes and wine. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, that's what I'm part of. So I think I probably just confused it in there. Put in the like the they have like the crochet. What is it called? There's diamond painting, wine and pairing, cross stitch, and tapestry. Put it in there somewhere. So weird. I love Kita's yarn colors though. Crafters Emporium. Let me write that down. I'm looking at all of my Crafters Emporium, all of my to-do lists of things I need to do. Most of them on the computer, which I can't do too much on the computer when I'm sprinting. I feel like it slows my thing. So I will do that when I get off here. That's generally why I get off around 2 to 3 because there's errands, but also there's things that I need time to do before 6. Let's see. I'll post the link by Crown them. Yeah, thank you of the Maker's Quest. Maker's Quest. That's the name I was thinking about. Yes. I can't share the link, but it's in the Crafters Emporium. Yeah, send me the link for the Crafters Emporium. Or, I mean, I could just go to a video. I've been to the Crafters Sprint, so I could probably just click on one of those and then it follow through the Discord. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why I'm not part of that Discord because I thought I got in there. But like I said, I think I just confused it with another Discord. So I'm glad I found that out now. If I'm sitting there like, yeah, I'm part of the Discord. General. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you, Molly. See, y'all keep me on track. I'm not sure what I'm posting there. Setting up a weave to a bookmark. Oh, I didn't know that's how you did it. Okay, good. Oh, hold up, y'all. Hold up. Wait a minute. I just put you back into it. Hold up a sec, y'all. We're gonna get to this last sprint. I promise y'all. Okay, there we go. This is the weave that Molly is using for the bookmark. That ought to be pretty neat. That's some really, really like tiny stitches and all. Okay. What color are you going to be using for that? What colors do you have? I'm just being nosy. Just being nosy. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, we're going to get to this last sprint here, okay? So make this count and I will see y'all in 45. All right, there we go. Sorry. The thing was not clicking off. I was sitting here talking and I'm like, it's not clicking off. Okay, well, what I was saying is that number 2 won, which I believe that was the last position in this race that won that as well. So anyway, how was that sprint for everybody? That was indeed the last sprint. And I managed to read some pages in my books. Okay. I read about 15 pages, at least Kindle wise. So pretty good. Getting kind of serious in this particular book. So I am liking that. So, and I also had a little snacky snaps of some chips there, you know. So that was my sprint. How was yours? Let me see where we were at here. Molly says I'm going to, for thicker yarn, that I'm going to thicken, basically one thicker yarn. That bit is just to weave out the wrap and won't be part of the finished piece. Okay. Is it going to be flexible? Because I know if you do like a really tight stitch that, you know, you can kind of makes it really rigid versus, you know, flexible. So let me know how that goes. I originally wanted to use black and white, but I haven't finished my online order. So I think I'll just use whatever I put my hand on first. So probably shades of blue and green. That ought to be pretty. I think I can see that. I can't see how to invite you to Crafters Emporium, so I've asked about it. I mean, no biggie. I can always just go to at the sprints, you know, I can see them and then just click on the Discord link from there. It's just still boggles my mind. Yo, I keep getting on these tangents. Earlier it was my husband. Now it's work that is texting. Okay. It's like, I don't want to be concerned with that. But I can just go to the sprints and then click on the Discord from there. But I appreciate it. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, Miss Julie. How are you doing today? What's going on? Molly said, new task. Eat something. Watch The Importance of Being Earnest. Okay. I second all of that. I second all that. Speaking of, earlier, y'all were talking about Hamnet. I actually, I think this was like last sprint. I went to the TV where my husband was scrolling through and I saw a thumbnail for Hamnet. See, you spoke it into existence. I may have to check out their purview and see if I want to see it. Molly was mostly on Discord, had some food in the microwave now. Yum, yum, yum. What is that going to be? Let us know. I'm going to cook some ribs after we get off here because I am hungry now. I just had a little bit of chips, just a little bit. I'm hungry. I have the cabbage done because I did it yesterday in the crock pot, but I need to make the meat. So I should have put it in the oven on this last sprint, but I wanted to read. So my mistake, I meant in going to use thicker yarn. Yeah. Okay. That's what I figured. Thicker yarn. Okay. I think it'll be flexible. That would be cool. And then you can be like, what? Then you can be like, I did this. This is my bookmark. Every time I go to the library, they keep trying to give me bookmarks. I was like, I got enough. I don't need a lot of bookmarks. And I mean, I keep them forever. So, but they keep trying to give me, just regular little cheap bookmarks. But I was like, I got enough. I don't need them for digital. I mainly use them for my planner or whenever I get a book. I take the 2 or 3 that I keep in my planner and put one in the book. But always making them. I'm going to use, I get it. Yeah, we get it. You're going to use thicker yarn. Yep. Click. I worked more of my daughter's stuff, but then got distracted, started a grocery list, and then worked more on reading journal. Alicia is busy. But Alicia, you're a prime example about the multitasking that us ladies do on a daily basis, okay? Like, my husband spends most of his time on one task, okay, or whatever he's doing. Just their focus, that's it. Meanwhile, I'm like dancing around doing 5, 6 different things. Like I'm never really doing one thing at a time. It's always something, but it's about making sure that it gets done. So I may be working on 5, 6 tasks throughout the day, but at the end of the day, all of it get done. The issue with my husband is he'll sit there and work on one task and may not even get done. That's the issue. That's what drives me nuts because I recognize that's how he is. So I don't really give him something that's super intricate, It's just something that, it's more like a labor type thing, it turns into something complicated. It frustrates me. It's like, well, how about I relinquish myself of all of these different tasks I'm doing solo if I'm still having to go back to that one? Molly says the importance of being earnest by Inkudi Gatwa, as most recent Doctor Who, is available on YouTube until tomorrow. Man, all of these older movies. Okay. I got to page 104 and did more laundry. Awesome. Clean clothes is important. And you're in that novel. Okay, what, about third done? Something like that. Spanish tortilla with microwave rice. Ooh, that sounds good. Yum, yum, yum. I like it. What's in a Spanish tortilla? Let me know. Molly says, I don't need many bookmarks most of the time, but I have too many in an old Irish books and they keep falling out. Yeah, that's true. If you have a lot of books, like you said, you tend to start books and not finish them. But if you want to keep your place, you probably have needs for a lot more bookmarks than I do. So, okay, well, there you go. You want one that you can customize and maybe won't fall out. I've been seeing these ones lately. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. It's like, I think part of it's metal with like a magnetic or something, but it fits kind of like it's kind of like a dog eared on the page, so that's pretty cool. Oh, of course, I just took my bookmark out of where I want it to be. Oh my gosh. But I think those are pretty cool too. Mostly I'm making a bookmark because it's small. Okay. Hey, you know what? Enjoy your bookmarks. I just have little simple ones. I think my most intricate one is this one. And my friend, it's a diamond painting bookmark. So my friend made these. And it's kind of beat up, as you can tell. I think it got wet at one point. And then it's been through some stuff. The back's peeling, Is that supposed to peel? I could probably take this off because it's coming off anyway. Okay, take that off. So I'm taking the plastic off, but it's still, kind of chipping it sometimes or whatever. But it's still functional, and looks like all the diamonds, well, maybe that little pearl will come off. But for the most part, the diamonds are still in check. So I have no complaints. Although I will say that this doesn't really sit because it's textured and rise up. It doesn't sit as easily inside of books. That one, it looks pretty good in, but it creates like a hump in the book. So it doesn't sit flat. The book still kind of opens, but it still works. I use it mostly in my planner there, but this little diamond thing here kind of, it moves around too much and snags on things. So my bookmarks are constantly coming out. So I can't say I'm super happy with the bookmarks that I have, but they're functional for what they are. So hello, Molly. How are you doing? Molly's thoughts and musings. Is this a different account? Different account or two different Mollys? Alicia says, yeah, I'm forever bouncing around for things to do, and I can mostly get done most of the day. Yeah, as long as you can get it done, I think that's the main thing. I call it ADD Nation sometimes, okay? Because, you're going from one task to another, not completing. Like I'll go in the kitchen and start one thing and even leave a drawer open, but that's intentional because my plan is to come back while I went to the bedroom and did something else. I've had plenty of days that have been like that, but at the end of the day, everything got wrapped up in a nice, neat bow. What I don't like is my husband works from home, and that's part of the chaos with him because he kind of interrupts that. I mean, it's been years, but he interrupts that pattern, and he'll close things. And I was like, I'm not done with that, So in my head, it makes sense because of what I'm doing. Your goal for him would be the end product. It's not the end process. With him, he tends to get sidetracked with the one or two tasks that he's doing and goes play games and forgets about it. So with him, when he has a task, I am in the process with him because I need to get it done. So it's like, hey, did you finish this? You know, frustrating at times. I will say that. Molly says a Spanish tortilla is a thick egg and potato frittata like thing. This one has bacon too. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, I don't think I've ever had that. Okay. Probably not a fast food here, but if I ever go to like a Mexican type place and see if maybe they have that, I doubt it. I don't know. I don't know where I'm gonna find it. I'd probably have to go to what type of restaurant would I have to go to buy that? It's probably better if I just make it, huh? Probably better if I just make it. Alicia says, I usually make my bookmarks with cardstock and a laminator. Yep. And that is exactly what the library does. And they have them out at the front desk all the time for free. Tear off bits of envelopes for bookmarks. Yeah, I've used my phone as a bookmark. A lot of times, I mean, I actually still in my planner, which actually has tabs attached already, so that's kind of like a bookmark for the month. But I have different sections for different things. So I have really like 3 or 4 sections bookmarked in my planner here. But I mean, I still have a photo piece of paper with a bunch of notes on it. I mean, up until getting the bookmarks, that really was my bookmark, and I still continue to use it. Same thing with like sticky notes for planning, you know, these are, you know, little bookmark things. So you essentially use anything as a bookmark, okay? Temporary or permanently. Maybe a phone is probably more temporary versus, you know, a piece of cardstock or something. 2 Mollies. Oh, it is 2 Mollies. Okay. Hello, Mollies. How's it going there? Molly Dot to avoid confusion. I like the confusion, but we're about to get out of here. So we'll say Molly. Well, welcome. Yeah, I'll tell of 2 Mollies. There we go. Lidl. Oh, okay. See, when I stayed in New Jersey, we had both an Aldi and a Lidl. And then I moved out to Florida and we have Winn-Dixie, which seems like they're going out of business. I think Aldi bought them because you're slowly Aldis are getting here. And then Publix, of course, is the big main thing. I don't really do Publix. They're like Trump supporters and they're super expensive and you know, but I have on occasion, but I generally don't shop at Publix. They're too expensive too, like utterly expensive. But that's the reason why Publix apparently is almost like a monopoly here. This is all the things I found out once I moved here. So Publix is more of a monopoly here, so that they set those high prices and people pay them, right? So Aldi is slowly coming in here and giving them a run for their money. However, because of how expensive Publix is, Aldi out here is even more expensive because they can compete with Publix. So you may pay $1 more or $2 out here for the same Aldi for the same products at Aldi than I would in Jersey because price is definitely more expensive out here for food. But it's still maybe cheaper or about the same as the Publix. So it is what it is. I pretty much shop mostly at Walmart, which I've never been a huge Walmart food shopper, but I shop basically at a discount store and at Walmart. That's where I get most of our food from. So every once in a while I'll do an Aldi, but it's been a while. I was doing Aldi when I first got here as an alternative to Publix. And then I, you know, branched out and found the Walmart food basket or whatever the hell it's called. And so that's been much better. A Fresh Market, that's what it's called, Fresh Market. Molly says, love when planners and notebooks have ribbons coming from the spine. Oh, really? I would think, wait, hold up. Ribbon. When you say ribbons, I'm assuming you're not talking about like this ribbon that's coming from my bookmark. I'm assuming you're talking about the ribbing, right? You're probably seeing ribbing like what do they call this? The coils. Yeah, I prefer these with the coils too, for sure. The one like these are all my old planners. I keep them because I'm supposed to be looking through them and transferring information, and I haven't. This is my 2026 planner. Is this which one is this? This is my 2024 planner. This was my 2025 planner. I just leave them here. But as you can see, I'm into my ribbon era, ribbing coil era. This is my one from last year. This is my one from this year. And this is my one from the year before that. So yeah, I definitely prefer this one better. But they're still nice. I will say though, all these, I like this better because look at the front. That's pretty fun. But anyway, that's that. The tortilla isn't bad. It's my first time having it. Oh, okay. I will have to keep a lookout. I'm always, up for new food. So I'm gonna have to keep a lookout in a store to see if I can find a Spanish tortilla. Molly says, I shop in 4 more supermarkets depending on what I want and where I am. That's true. If you find a good place to shop and you're somewhere else, then go at it. Like, I'm not committed to pretty much any of the places I go to. They're just my go-to. I know I love a good discount store, okay? I buy things that I normally would not buy because I get them at a deep discount. Who doesn't like to save money, okay? But there's 2 discount stores that I go to. One's like in a town or 2 over, and the others like across town. Either way, it's going to take a while for me to get to both of them. So I actually prefer the one that's a little further away. So if I have time, I go there. But I'll do that one, and then Walmart fills in the gaps for like milks and cheeses and perishables, things like that. And I love a good seafood market, and I have not found one since I moved here. Okay. So I'm really disappointed. I feel like the food factor has definitely been a downgrade of moving to Florida. I will say that with my whole chest. It has been a downgrade. Okay. For food shopping, but it is what it is. I accept and call it a day. So, okay, y'all, we're going to be getting out of here shortly. Let me take this little thing off the screen. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Yeah, we're going to be getting out of here so we can finish our day. Wow, it's almost 5. Whew, I thought it was 4. Yeah, I think I'm not in a super hurry, but we are definitely going to be getting out. Oh, you said ribbons, about the width of the ribbon in the bookmark. Oh, really? Oh, it's permanently attached to the book. Convenient bookmark that won't get lost and doesn't cover your right. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay. I thought you were talking about the spine. You're talking about, I don't have one here. Do I have one in here? No. I know what you're talking about. It's like the ribbon that keeps your place. Like it normally comes from the top and it goes. Yeah, I don't have any at all that match what you're talking about. Generally, it's in stuff like this, not the spine, the coil, but in one like this. Why do I think that this would have had one? No. All right, well, yeah, I know what you're talking about, though. I had one that was like that a while back. But what I do like about planners, though, is that like this one right here, not that I use it much, it has that little elastic, so it closes it up so it doesn't really go anywhere. So I like that. And this one does not, well, this one has this one too. See, it's on the back and you can close it up so it keeps it from opening. Yeah, this one has it, but I always forget about it because it blends in so much and I'm constantly having things fall out. So now that I think about it, I'm going to make a concentrated effort to use it because I always forget it's there, which is why I was going to say it's not in here. See? So, I didn't get the bookmark attached to the planner, but because this is a separate, this is just a little cheap bookmark the library gave me. So that's not the one that's attached to it. But yeah, those are very convenient. I like those. I have a leprechaun. I think it is with 2 built-in bookmarks. That ought to be cool. Oh, hold up. Lechiturn. I've never heard of that term, but I thought it said leprechaun. I think I'm just all St. Patty's Day to match my shirt. I like 2 of them. That's good. I like that. Okay. Good 2 options instead of 1. Because if I had one here, I would still need to continue to use another bookmark. Oh. Those closing elastics are handy and you can use it as a bookmark in a pinch. That's true. That's true. I don't think I've ever used that as a bookmark like that. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. I never thought of that. That could be really good too if you're like, well, yeah, as a bookmark, I will say that. But I was going to say holding some pages back if you're flipping, like with me, I do planning in here for a few different things. And so I may be going between different months and then somehow I'll lose my place. So it could hold 1 month back while I'm flipping back and forth between the other two or something. But good idea. I didn't think of that. See, learning something new, y'all. Y'all keeping my brain fresh. Let You Turn, I know I said that wrong, is a German name. I think it means lighthouse. Presumably it's a surname. We'll take your word for that too. All right, we're going to get out of here. It's been a great long day. I much appreciate it. I kind of like these long sprints, okay? I want to be a little bit more productive in the future, but I got some reading done. I got my workout done. Just a walk, but I still got it done. I got some planning done. I still need to look at this work thing, see what they were talking about. But got some things done. I got to go concentrate on the house and get some food in my belly. Loving the Typhasi notebooks and recently got one to try from Archer and Olive. I love the ribbon bookmarks. I'm not familiar with that name, but I do like the bookmarks. I think that they're cool. It's a good touch, It's somebody thinking of the person that's using the books. And whoever's going to do the one with two, it's even better. So that's nice, okay? Give us all these extras. All right, y'all. It's been a lovely day. Much appreciated. Y'all sticking with me, coming by, keeping company. Hopefully you had some good entertainment. Hopefully you have read some books or worked and, felt a little bit less alone today, okay? We didn't do any drinking today. No cheers to the beers with that. But, we got some water and some tea. So, make sure you hydrate. It's important, okay? So as y'all go forth today, be safe, be sane, make sure you're heard, and be well always, okay? Bye, y'all. I'm good out of here.